In the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sure, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the greatest nation on earth. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Oral communication. The board may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. David Gonzalez, I'm your Community Resource Agency Director, and I wanted to have a little fun this morning with our team. So on Saturday, the infamous, or now famous, Crapper Derby was up at Twainhart, and our team built a machine which they have been doing for quite a few years that we've had some fun with. And I wanted to let people know out in the community that we're out there having some fun. We're also making connections with the community, and a little bit proud. We beat the past year's champions, not by a little bit, but by quite a bit, just to make a point. We did not end up winning the thing, but I was very proud of it. We had some 20-year-old legs out there that kind of outdid our team, but it was about an 8-week build. They rebuild them every year. I'll show you the picture in a minute, and I'll let Dave, who's the brains behind this, kind of talk a little bit about it. But we had a lot of fun. It was a great community event. There's a lot of people there, and we represented our county well. So I'll let Dave kind of show the picture of the machine we built, and I'll let him say what the name of it was.
Morning, Board. I'm Dave Ruby, our Crapper Derby team captain and one of your civil engineers here at the county. Every year we kind of get a goofy idea to build a crapper for this event, and it's mostly done after quite a bit of introspection, and I don't know, sometimes there's a little bit of beer involved too with the theme. But this year, by popular request, the theme was to call it the Hershey Squirt. And that's probably the first time this has ever been said in a public meeting, so I apologize. But basically, we made a 7-foot tall, 7.5-foot wide, 10.5-foot long replica of a Hershey's Kiss, as you can see here, that accommodates a driver inside that can steer it, and then has a bar that can be pushed by 2 team members. Our driver this year in this year's event was none other than Mia Polk, the CRA finance director, and Mia's right here. And our 2 intrepid pushers who did all the really hard work at the race day consisted of our newest planner up in the CRA, Daniel Van Essen, and Jason Sanguinetti, who happens to be Tanya Allen's boyfriend, and also one of the fastest moving Caltrans workers in the county, as it turns out. So we had quite a team. It was a lot of fun. On a personal note, for an engineer such as myself and my other team members who put this thing together, it really is kind of gratifying for us engineers once in a while to have a project that lasts less than 2 months to put together from start to finish. So it's good to get things done once in a while and feel like there's no red tape holding you up, which is kind of cool. Another thing, it's just really good to get to know coworkers better, and also to be out there in the community having fun, spreading some joy and some laughter. That's what it's all about. So thank you for your support this year. It was a privilege to represent the county in this capacity, and we'll hope to do this again next year. Thank you.
So Supervisor Hanfeld has something to share.
They did distinguish themselves, I promise you that. Mike Ayala is here. Mike and I were officials and have been for the entire 4 years, and they distinguished themselves and they made the county proud. I'm just sorry they didn't make the announcement that they were entering early and challenge the rest of the county to go out, the other departments to go out and, shall I say, compete with them, or at least be out there to support them. They did well. And it was a great event, and we thank the Twain Harte Rotary for putting it on. It was a lot of fun. They were the most reflective entry in the event. You had to put your sunglasses on if you were anywhere in the area. It was very good. So I want to congratulate them on a great performance and made the county proud.
Thank you for keeping those comments clean.
Well, I was there rooting for the Hershey Squirt too, so I think you should use that again next year because I thought it was really good. I can't be as funny, but I have a few things to say. I went to the Mental Health Awareness Day at the Enrichment Center, and I'm very disappointed to say that I was the only member of the public that showed up. And I believe the only other folks that weren't clients or work there were 3 or 4 from the Behavioral Health Center. So that was pretty disappointing, and I had to eat a lot of ice cream sundaes. Yes. I didn't want to, but I thought. Then I know there's been some discussion about the storage tanks for the water emergency, and I was just questioning because TUD doesn't want to do their storage reservoir now. So have they been offered the storage tanks? Maybe they could use them for fire protection or something else somewhere. And then I'm here to request a letter. And I would like a letter of rebuke directed at the city of Sonora. And I believe about 2 years ago, in an effort to be cooperative with the Vision Sonora project, this board voted to give a $5,000 grant to the city of Sonora for recycle bins in downtown Sonora. And it took them about a year and a half, and then finally these recycle bins showed up on Washington Street. And I noticed the first one by El Jardín, I believe it was in like August, towards the end of August last year. And then there were a few more that came in September and another couple in October. So they've been in downtown Sonora on Washington Street advertising that we now recycle in downtown Sonora when we don't. There has been no effort made whatsoever to have Waste Management come and recycle anything in those bins. So stuff has been sitting in there for 8 or 9 months now. So that seems to me a waste of your good effort and your money. So they either need to get off their duff and actually offer recycling instead of pretending that they offer recycling, and perhaps you need to ask for your $5,000 back because maybe you can use it more than they can. Thank you.
Thank you. And so that might be an item that can go to the Solid Waste Committee. That might be an item that should go to the Solid Waste Committee.
Good morning. Lynn McCormick, Tuolumne County Library, Youth Literacy and Outreach Librarian. Well, it is that time of the year again. It's summer, or almost summer. And Tuolumne County Library is again gearing up for summer reading program. We will start this year, June 20th, it's a Tuesday, at all of the branches where we will start to offer summer reading program incentives. Children of all ages will be able to earn books to keep, have fun activities that they can explore, participate in various reading programs throughout the county. Numerous studies have shown that reading over the summer prevents summer reading loss. Summer reading loss is cumulative. Children don't catch up in fall because the other children who have been reading continue to excel and move forward. And by the end of the 6th grade, children who have lost reading skills over the summer fall way behind in their classmates and also in their reading scores, which affects their future. Families that utilize the benefits provided by the library summer reading programs offered here in Tuolumne County are found to enhance their children's reading skills during these crucial developmental years and beyond. Children without access to books can borrow them from the public library at no cost and continue reading all summer long. And by developing these strong reading skills, these children open the door to additional learning that can benefit them throughout their life. Our programs will be offered every week starting June 20th with our big kickoff at the Heaven for Kids picnic area. We will have, starting at 10:30, Marianne Kermey from the radio will be our honorary celebrity story reader. Bill Roberson will be coming and singing songs with the children. We'll have fun games, we'll have crafts, and an opportunity for children to start to sign up so that they can continue their reading habit throughout the summer. We will also be having at each branch on each day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, specific programs. Tuolumne City will be offering programs on Tuesday from 1:30 till 3:45. Twain Harte will be offering programs starting at 10 on Wednesdays, and Sonora, Maine will be offering programs every Thursday from 3:30 to 5. Groveland will also be offering programs from 1:30 till 3 on Wednesdays. I hope to see everyone there. I hope to see all the children throughout the community participating in our summer reading. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Board of Supervisors, can you hear me? Sarah and Alicia. The group is here to tell you about a fundraiser that we're doing, and I have to say I wish I were young enough to go to Lynn's program. That sounded absolutely fabulous. But I'm going to be Vanna and offer you these things. What it is, it's a fundraiser for the historic Jamestown wall mural. Good man. We have some extra tickets if anybody else would like some. But this is the last phase of the Walk of Fame. This wall mural will be on the building for those of you who have been here. Oh, another good man. Boy, our committee is busy.
Raise those hands up. I love this.
Jim, as you know, is the driving force, or has been. He and I are leftover planning commissioners that wanted to finish our vision. But he has been the driving force behind many of our projects. And he's the overall chairman. And Duke is committee member extraordinaire. He is selling tickets, he's donating, he's setting up. You know, Duke does it all. And they're going to speak, and I'm going to offer you a poster or a flyer if you can advertise for us, and we hope to see you. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be appropriate. Jim O'Neill, chairman for the mural project. This has been a long journey, to say the least. We're hoping that through this fundraising event and some of the other things that we're doing, that we'll be able to have that 264 square feet of paint on that wall in October, which will be 2 years after the dedication of the kiosk and the Walk of Fame. But our work isn't done. There are two other things that will complete the job, and one of them is we have an underground utilities district, and all of those utilities that are above ground on Saco and 9th Street eventually will go underground. And then new lighting will decorate those walkways. And our intention is to put these life-size banners on there, two-sided, that have Railtown on one side and historical Jamestown on the other. So that's where we're headed. Hopefully, within the next couple of years, the entire project will be complete. Oh, Duke, do you have anything to add?
So Duke,
You were part of the utilities.
Duke, can you hold for just 1 second? Do I have consensus to go over oral communication?
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Duke.
I just want to acknowledge that this is an ongoing effort, and like Jim said, it's completion of a long list of vision for Jamestown, and it will definitely enhance. One of the features that we're hoping to do, we're going to be auctioning off, is that right in the corner of the mural, right next to a fire hydrant, we're going to have a silhouette of a dog. And people can buy or auction that silhouette of the dog in the corner and dedicate it to their pet. So if you come to the auction, you'll have an opportunity to bid on a pet where the dog's going to be looking right at a fire hydrant. And so it's going to be right on the frame of the mural. So it's really going to be kind of a humorous thing. And anyhow, I'm just very excited, and I'm glad to be participating in an event that benefits the whole community. Thank you.
I've got a question, just real quick. Jim or Charlotte, either one. Are you guys selling bricks or any? Oh, yes. Please mention that so people know.
Yes. You want me to talk about it? Yeah, we have a commemorative brick program, very much like we had for the jail, and these are going to be put. We're actually going to rebuild the sidewalk underneath the mural, and there's going to be 13 more movie medallions in that on that walkway, and then we're going to, because of Duke's help, we're going to have donor bricks separating them and put together in a herringbone fashion. The bricks are $50 each. You can call one of the numbers on the poster, and we can get you an application and a form to fill out, and we'll be happy to do that for you. Thank you.
I'd just like to congratulate the team for taking charge down there in Jamestown and making a real difference. You guys are amazing. You're a little unique, and you're achieving just wonderful things. Thank you.
Well, thank you. The one thing I forgot to mention: this concert event will be held June 25th, Sunday, at Hearst Ranch, and the tickets are $20 a piece. And we'd love to have well in excess of 300 people there.
Okay.
And looks like we're headed that way. And I want to thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Jim.
you, Jim.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. On May 16th, your board took action to appoint a new Veteran Service Officer. That appointment was made to appoint Mr. Mark Orlando as our new Veteran Service Officer. He is sitting in the front row right here. On May 16th, he couldn't be here as he was tying loose ends in Lassen County, and if you'll indulge me a moment, I'd like to give you a little bit of background about Mr. Orlando and present him accordingly afterward. So, Mr. Orlando was born in the Bay Area and moved with his family to the Gold Country at a young age. He's a graduate of Calaveras High School, and he graduated in 1997. He also graduated from the United States Coast Guard in 2001 with a degree in marine and environmental science. He spent nearly 12 years as a commissioned Coast Guard officer and toured on a Coast Guard cutter and ultimately realized a lifelong dream of becoming a military aviator. He brings nearly 14 years of operational and management experience in both the military and civilian communities. He has provided direct veterans homeless assistance while he worked at Victory Village, and he comes to Tuolumne County after serving as the Veteran Service Officer for Lassen County since October of 2016. He has made a life out of public service and can think of no better way to continue the passion by serving those who have sacrificed so much and deserve no less than his greatest and best effort. Mr. Orlando is accredited through the California Department of Veterans Affairs. He currently lives in Amador County with his wife and family. So with no further ado, I would like to present to you Mr. Mark Orlando, our new Veteran Service Officer.
Thanks, Steve. That was a real kind introduction. I'm pretty short-winded, which is good. But free ice cream, unlimited, I'm there. Sign me up. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm humbled to be here, and I'm ready to show the county and work with you all to assist our veteran population and continue to do the great things that our office already does. So just continuing on a great thing. Again, happy to be here. And is there anything for me before I get back to work?
I just want to say welcome, Mark.
Thank you.
And I think on behalf of the entire board, we are really excited about you joining our team.
Well, I appreciate it.
So,
Again, I'm very
look forward
humbled
to
with
it.
the opportunity. So thank you for having me here.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just have to note that Mark hit the ground running right in the middle of the budget, and he's already contributing great things, and I think we're going to see more of it going on. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Take care.
All right, any other public comment? Seeing none, will the chair please read the consent calendar?
I'm the clerk.
I'm sorry.
It's
I'm
okay.
the chair.
Okay, so
Thanks for pointing that out.
the minutes of the meeting held on May 16th, 2017, approving an agreement with Pacific PG&E for utility relocation costs associated with the construction of the Buchanan Road project. Number 3 will be pulled for discussion after the consent calendar. 4 is adopting a resolution approving the summary vacation of a public utility easement within Parcel A of PM 2342 in Crystal Falls Ranch, Unit 1B, located at 16860 Tehachapi Court. Adopting a resolution designating the Tuolumne County Arts Council as the official county arts council and state local partner in order to be eligible to receive state grant funding, and approving the appointment of Marge Warner to the Tuolumne County Commission on Aging.
All right, item 3 has been pulled. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Move on
in
the
favor
consent
of the
agenda.
consent calendar.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Will the clerk please read item 3?
This is consideration of adopting a resolution approving the summary vacation of a public utility easement and public utility easement located, public road easement and public utility easement located at 19989 Mide Meadow Court.
Madam Chairman, since I live on the property immediately adjacent to the property under consideration, I have a personal interest in this, and therefore, at the advice of esteemed, learned, and honored county council, pursuant to Government Code 87-100, I must recuse myself from participating on this item.
And it is my understanding that since this is under consent, while Supervisor Hanfield is recusing himself, he does not need to leave the dais.
Correct. Under the California Code of Regulations, consent item calendars, you don't have to leave the room.
All right, thank you.
Move on item 3.
Is there any public comment? All right, seeing none, I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0 with Supervisor Gray absent and Supervisor Hanfield recused from the item. All right, will the clerk please read item 7?
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the Seroptimus International of Twain Harte.
Ms. Peterson.
Good morning. Liz Peterson, County Administrator's Office. I'm here today to discuss the Twain Harte Seroptimus 50th anniversary. If there are representatives from the Seroptimus, please join me up here, I believe. Okay, so I just want to speak to Soroptimist in general. It is an international women's volunteer organization that was founded in 1921. Currently, there are almost 95,000 Soroptimist international organizations in 120 countries around the world. Soroptimist International seeks to improve the lives of women and girls in local communities and throughout the world. They work through contributing their time, financial support, fundraising efforts to community-based groups, organizations, and causes, as well as international projects, again, for the benefit of women and girls. Soroptimist International of Twain Harte funds programs on a local level for Twain Harte representatives, as well as for the Tuolumne County residents. The Twain Harte chapter of Soroptimist International was founded on June 19th, 1967 by 16 women. From their first fundraiser, they earned $100, and that $100 went to sending care packages for Vietnam veterans, for those serving in Vietnam at the time. Other projects that they have contributed to or participated in the past are a variety of things like sending Special Olympics athletes to the state games, donating items. They've been heavily involved in the Tuolumne General Memorial Hospital long-term care unit, providing packages and Christmas parties and things like that for the residents there. They have sponsored a summer reading program for students, as well as many other projects and programs that they have participated in the past. Now, there are about 40 women in Soroptimist International of Twain Harte, and they still operate on a minimal budget. They still they conduct 2 major fundraisers a year, but they are working tirelessly throughout the entire year for the benefit of the community. Their projects now range, quite a wide range of projects and fundraisers and organizations that they support. You can see in your memo there that they have done a variety of things, from scholarships to they currently put together community holiday food baskets. They support the Center for a Nonviolent Community. They support the Girls Circle at Twain Harte Elementary School. They do a luncheon honoring women's veterans. They help support ATCA's homeless shelter and food bank. All kinds of other programs and services. And they, in addition to all of the things that they do on a consistent basis, they also make themselves available to contribute to local needs that are a little more emergent. So they have donated $5,000 to the Tree Mortality Aid Program for seniors, for low-income seniors to take trees that are a health and safety risk to homes there. So they are very active in the community, and they are a resource that is unmatched, really, as far as their dedication and volunteerism and just community involvement. So on June 19th, 2017, Soroptimist International of Twain Harte will be celebrating their 50th anniversary as an organization here in the county. And so it is my request today that your board approve approve, I suppose, the certificate of recognition recognizing their 50 years of service to the Twain Harte residents and the residents of Tuolumne County.
Madam Chairman, it never ceases to amaze me the amount of volunteer work and the dedicated community service we see. And we just heard from Jamestown earlier. Now we hear about the Soroptimist. 50 years. That's pretty amazing. I want to congratulate them on 50 years, and I'll move in favor of the certificate.
So before I go for a second, is there any public comment on this item? All right, seeing none. I have a motion from Supervisor Hanfeld.
I would be honored to second this. And I, too, would like to express my appreciation for all the hard work and dedication hours and time and commitment that these folks give to our community. It's a wonderful thing, and 50 years is a fantastic milestone to be able to celebrate. So it's nice to be able to recognize them today.
And I think we've said on numerous occasions that the volunteer organizations that are in this county and the work that they do is priceless. We can't put a value on it. So I, too, would commend them on this very special anniversary. And with that, we have a motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, a second by Supervisor Royce. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. And we will make sure that the Seroptimists receive this certificate. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Will the clerk please read item 8?
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming June 15th, 2017 as Tuolumne County Elder Abuse Awareness Day.
D.A. Craig.
Good morning, Chairman Brennan and members of the board, Mr. Pedro and Ms. Carrillo. Every year, an estimated 5 million Americans are abused, neglected, or exploited, and this number reflects elder abuse victims. And so it's not just a national movement, but June 15th of this year is a movement for World Elder Abuse Empowerment Day. And I'm here before the board, first of all, to thank the board for always supporting our office and our mission to fight elder abuse. And as the board's aware, Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office and Victim Witness applied to OES, Cal OES, and received a grant, which this board supported us in our application, and also there was a match. And so with that grant, we have really gotten out into the community and enforced education and awareness in the area of elder abuse. Our office has served 188 community members who were impacted by elder abuse in just the first year of the grant program. We also started a elder abuse task force, which is a collaboration with many different community agencies, including the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, Social Services, and there's, the MIWAC Social Services Department, Area 12 on Agents, Area 12 Agency on Aging, and I know I'm leaving other people out. Certainly Catholic Charities, which Catherine Driver is here today and is going to address the board as well. But we have seen with this collaboration a huge increase in awareness and education throughout the community on elder abuse. And I want to thank my staff and their efforts in the Tuolumne County Victim Witness Elder Abuse Program for all of the hard work that they've done. With the task force, we have a mission statement, and I wanted to share our mission statement with the board, and that is that the Elder Abuse Task Force is a multidisciplinary team committed to bringing together community resources to prevent elder independent adult abuse and to support the rights of elder independent adults to be empowered, respected, and valued in our community. I also wanted to share just a short case example of a case that our office worked with multiple agencies on, but we had a woman in our community named Betty who was 87 years old, and she was being supposedly cared for by a daughter. Her grandson noticed in the local newspaper that his grandmother was behind in her property taxes, which shocked him because, to his knowledge, she had an income of $4,500 a month and CDs that exceeded $25,000. When he went to check on her, she told him that she was out of money, had no food, and that her daughter and her entire daughter's family had moved into her residence. Through investigation and working with Ms. Davis, we were able to get her out of that situation. We were able to move her with other family members. We were able to prosecute the daughter successfully, and this is quite a Cliff Notes version of this case. The daughter was ordered to pay restitution, to do jail time, but it was just an example of one of many financial cases that we've seen in our community. And Betty, at 87, worked with our victim witness advocate, Dixie Skye, here in the front row, who was hired under our grant, and she was able to get some justice and to feel whole at the end of that process. And so I just like to share some of those local case examples, and there's many, many more that we have. But we are here today to ask the board to proclaim June 15th as Tuolumne County Elder Abuse Awareness Day. And through our task force and commitment, we have partnered with Black Oak Casino, Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians Elder Program, the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Social Services Department, Area 12 Agency on Aging, Motherlode Office of Catholic Charities, Tuolumne County Behavioral Health, Tuolumne County Adult Protective Services, in sponsoring an Elder Empowerment Conference that will occur at the Black Oak Casino on June 14th. And Director of Catholic Charities, Catherine Driver, is here to give the board some more information on that.
Good morning. Thank you. I must say that it has been a pleasure to work and collaborate with the task force and with Victim Witness. I very much appreciate Laura and Ginger and the team and just would like to put that out there. So as Laura mentioned, next Wednesday, June 14th, we will hold our third Elder Empowerment Conference. We did change the name this year. Featured guest speakers will be Wilson Weewa from one of the Oregon tribes and Patrick Arbor from the Institute on Aging. I got to see little snippets of what they plan to talk about, and they are going to be fantastic. I'm really excited about that. So I do have flyers we can hand out. We do need reservations because we do get full every year, and I suspect we will this year as well. We're up there already. The other thing I wanted to mention as well is in collaboration between Tuolumne County Victim Witness, the task force, and Catholic Charities, we do provide elder abuse prevention and mandated reporting trainings throughout the community. So I have those flyers available as well. Thank you.
So I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have, but we would ask for the proclamation and your support.
Thank you. And before I go to the board, I just really want to highlight the conversation that we had at our Area 12 meeting last Thursday. We talked about this issue, and we talked about the success that we've had in Tuolumne County, and it really is a reflection of the collaborative effort and all of the partners. And thank you. And please share our gratitude for the effort, because it is a tremendous effort.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments by the board? Yeah. Is there any public comment? All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Before I ask for a motion, I just want to read 2 points on the resolution, because I really do think this is so important. Whereas every year an estimated 5 million, or 1 in 10, older Americans are abused, neglected, or exploited. In addition, elders throughout the United States lose an estimated $2.6 billion or more annually due to elder financial abuse and exploitations, funds that could have been used to pay for basic needs such as housing, food, and medical care. No elder person is immune to abuse, neglect, or exploitation, as it occurs in every demographic and can happen to anyone. It is estimated that that only 1 in 5 of these crimes against elders are ever discovered. And the third, whereas locally thousands of seniors are at risk of being abused each year. In 2016, the District Attorney's Office received 35 criminal cases, and the Elder Abuse Advocacy Program has provided service to 188 community members involved in elder abuse cases. That's here in Tuolumne County. Folks, it's here, and we need to recognize it, and we need to be aware of it, and we need to all be advocates on behalf of our seniors. And so with that, I would ask for a motion.
I'll be happy to make a motion and just like to say a couple words. Thank you, Laura, for the work that you guys do on this. Thank you. This is such a vile thing to see what people can be capable of. And it's so important that we not only respect but also protect our elders. And this is an important resolution and proclamation. So thank you.
And I'd like to, I'll go ahead and second it, but I'd like to echo everything that Evan said. Elder abuse is on the same level in my view as child abuse. It's abusing the most vulnerable and least able to protect themselves, and it's inexcusable. And I'm glad that we've got a good team in place that's that's working this problem, and I congratulate you on the success that you've had, and I encourage you to be as aggressive as possible going forward. It's just a heinous crime.
Thank you. And I think I don't think I've ever been accused of not being aggressive enough. So.
No, I've never. I would not be the first to do that either. It was an encouragement.
Thank you very much for the support.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Royce.
I was going to echo that and make a comment that I'm sorry we're only delineating a single day. I think this needs to be in the forefront of everybody's awareness, and they need to report it, and it needs to be there every day of the year, because there's much more of this than any of us realize. And the memo says that, but thank you and your team for doing what you do. This is really important, so thank you.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Royce, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
All right. Will the clerk please read item 9?
Consideration of approving a state local program realignment transfer of $100,000 from the Behavioral Health Fund and $200,000 from the Public Health Fund to the Social Services Fund for the fiscal year 16-17 year-end budget.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. The health, social services, and behavioral health funds are expected to end the year with positive fund balances. To maximize and maintain the utmost flexibility and funding availability within the Human Services Agency, staff is requesting realignment transfers of $200,000 from the Health Fund and $100,000 from the Behavioral Health Fund be transferred into the Department of Social Services in the fiscal year 16-17 year-end budget. While the Social Services Fund is expected to end the year with a positive fund balance, transferring these funds this year, the point is this year, would ensure the most cost-effective use of the funds as we start the next fiscal year. This will assist in covering the increased costs that we expect for placements and administration due to the implementation of the continuum of care reform, and significant increases in in-home support services maintenance of effort in the following year. These transfers will allow the agency to better support client service delivery. There is no cost to the county associated with approving the realignment transfers from behavioral health and public health to social services. With your board's approval, the fiscal year 16-17 transfers would result in adjusted year-end balances for behavioral health to be $1,730,906. In public health, it would be $1,036,988, and in social services, we would end the year with $2,077,000, $77,322. Those numbers will include contingencies. So if you'll bear with me, the recommendation is quite lengthy. With the help of our auditor controller, Debbie Batista, we put this language together, and I need to read it carefully. So it is respectfully recommended that your board approve state and local program realignment transfers in the fiscal year 16-17 year-end budget by decreasing the Public Health Fund contingencies in the amount of $200,000 and increasing the contra revenue account in public health transfer out by that same amount, decreasing the behavioral health fund contingencies in the amount of $100,000 and increasing appropriations in the behavioral health transfer out by that same amount, and increasing transfer into the Social Services Fund by $300,000 and increasing the contingency appropriations by the same amount. Madam Chair, if it's your board's will, it would be a 4/5 vote to approve this recommendation. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Are there any questions of staff? Is there any public comment?
I didn't quite understand this, so I would like someone to explain to me, because I've been hearing that behavioral health and mental health can't provide all the services that they want, and now I'm hearing there's excess in their budget, so now they're going to bail out somebody else. And I thought a lot of these mental health funds were coming from one of the propositions that were passed. So if you could explain to me a little bit better, please.
So the realignment transfer of funds, I want to try to demystify the confusion between the two pots of funding. I believe Carol was speaking to Prop 63, which is our MHSA funding in behavioral health. This is not MHSA funding. This is realignment funding, primarily due to 91 and 2011 realignment that comes into behavioral health via vehicle license fees and sales tax. So they are completely two sets and separate sets of funding. The law gives our jurisdiction the opportunity to transfer upon need, and the behavioral health budget will be presented to your board January 20th, balanced and ready to go, providing the same level of service that we are providing right now. We are going to make some personnel adjustments that you will see in that budget when we present it to you, but the same level of service will be provided next year that's being provided today.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah. One thing that I'm fine with this, okay, but since you brought up IHSS in your discussion, I think that staff needs to make us fully aware of what the future of IHSS looks like for our county and our future budget processes. Right now, it's a mystery to me, and I think it's potentially a huge challenge, and I just kind of like to know what the future portends.
I certainly agree. As of yesterday afternoon, we were presented with some budget trailer information concerning IHSS in the terms of about 60 pages worth of information with a whole bunch of charts. So it right now is somewhat of a moving target for us, but we know that next year we should be okay. The year after that, costs start increasing, and the 2 out years, costs really dramatically increase.
Okay. Again, once the train stops moving, I think it would be good to have a presentation to the board on that.
And I would concur, because that's exactly the information we had at CSAC a week and a half ago. And so that gets at what my question was also, because I think we need to fully understand what those implications are 2 years out. Well, actually a year out, because like you said, we're going to see a decrease, and it's going to have some major implications.
Would you like a motion?
If there are no further questions. Yes.
Okay, I'll move. I won't read it all. I'll move in favor of staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Handvelt, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read item 10?
Consideration of approving the reduction of transfer out from the general fund to the county capital fund by $180,000 and establishing transfer from general fund to the road construction capital fund in the same amount to help finance winter road damage repairs.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, it's a similar type of item as what you just heard. There's an opportunity and a need that opportunity can be applied to. In this fiscal year's budget, you had $180,000 that you had originally set aside, transferring from the general fund to the county capital fund for the acquisition of property near the former Tuolumne General Campus for parking. Your board decided not to proceed with that project. Therefore, that $180,000 is available for other uses. Earlier this calendar year, as your board knows, we incurred severe winter storms that created a mess of not only our roads in Tuolumne County, but throughout the state of California. Your board declared a local state of emergency regarding it. As a result of it, we also received a state declaration and federal declaration. The good news about that is that that makes us eligible for state and federal reimbursement for repair costs. The state will cover up to 75% of all eligible repair costs. The federal government will be responsible for 18.75% of that cost, leaving 6.25% is the county's responsibility. Included in your agenda packet as attachment A is the engineering staff's initial cost estimates that were submitted to state OES and FEMA that placed the cost to repair storm-related damage to our road system at approximately $8,414,000. And I just want to put a caveat. That's going to be a moving target. That's how this kind of stuff goes. But that's their best estimate at this time. And it's also their best estimate that these repairs will span 3 fiscal years. There's a chart provided at the bottom of the first page of the memo that outlines the best guesstimates based on that engineering as to what those costs will be in each of those fiscal years. And then you can see the related federal, state, and local share of cost over the overall project and the 3 years. What it shows is that our potential share of costs would be just under $526,000. Earlier this fiscal year, your board did approve $94,450 be moved out of your general fund contingencies and moved over to the road capital construction fund, just to begin putting some money towards this, what's going to be a large cost. That still leaves $431,000 and some change that we need to come up with to meet our local funding responsibility. Therefore, staff is recommending that your board approve the fiscal 16-17 transfer from the general fund to the capital fund to reduce the transfer from the general fund to the road capital fund by $180,000, and then establishing $180,000 transfer from the general fund to the road construction capital fund. And even with that, we're still going to be a little over $251,000 short of what's going to be needed over this 3-year period. But this is a necessary start. And what staff's suggesting is that we will come back before your final budget hearing on September 5th with updated project cost estimates, cash flow, project delivery assumptions, and with that, hopefully a final plan of how to come up with the rest of the necessary funding. I do want to point out to the board that there is a separate cost center within the road construction capital fund that's just for storms. So by placing the money there, it gives flexibility. If they accelerate the delivery of these projects, the money will be there. If for some reason we don't spend all that in the near term, it's not going anywhere. It'll move right in there, and it'll be tracked by our office as well as the auditor controller. But anyway, that's staff's recommendation to begin taking a second step towards coming up with that local funding match for the road storm damage repair. And actually, an attachment B is the detail accounting related to the requested action. And this, too, requires a 4/5 vote.
Are there any board questions? Is there any public comment? All right, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to second that, but I'd just like to comment that this is one of the challenges against our financial situation here in the county. Tree mortality is another one, and all this comes out of our reserve funds if we can't find other sources for it. So this is a good thing that we get help from the federal government, but we have to come up with our share, and that's a challenge. We've had more of our share than our cup runneth over, put it that way. So I'll second the motion, but we just need to be cautious going forward.
Point well taken. I'd say our cup has run over for the last 4 years. So with that, I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Will the clerk please read item 11?
Consideration of providing staff direction on how to complete preparation of the fiscal year 2017-18 proposed budget and approve any related layoffs.
Mr. Pedro.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is a continuation of our dialogue towards preparation of a fiscal 17-18 proposed budget. Began when we prepared our multi-year forecast projection, and there were two funds that were concerns in the multi-year forecast. The first was the general fund, which was of the greatest and still is of the greatest concern, forecasting a potential $5.8 million shortfall, in that fund. However, staff at that time suggested that when we actually got, out of forecast mode and into detailed budget mode, that number could be reduced to between $3 to $4 million. And in fact, it came in at about $3.9 million, so right within that range. We also had anticipated a potential shortfall of $266,000 in the road fund, and I'll just mention now that I think that's has already been resolved by good action of the staff, both working in this fiscal year and preparing for next fiscal year. Anyway, at the last board meeting, as we've incrementally asked direction from your board, how should we attack this? The recommendation was made, direction was given to staff, was to come up with funding reduction targets, budget reduction targets for most all general fund departments, 5% under one scenario, 8% under another, just so that the board could get a feel for what the related impacts might be under those two different scenarios, and that some type of mix between 5 and 8% reductions would ultimately be assigned to departments in order to resolve the problem in the general fund. This matter was discussed at the Board Finance Committee meeting on May 30th, and we had a nice, 2-hour chat amongst the board and all the departments where what those numbers meant, what were the numbers, and what would the related impacts be. There's some good dialogue back and forth between the departments and the Board Finance Committee. I will say this, that while there was good input, I did not receive specific direction or recommendations for the full board, but I got a pretty good sense of what the Finance Committee was wanting or looking for me to do, which is what today is really about, is my best effort to try and make sense of that discussion and come up with a plan that balances the need to resolve this problem and yet mitigate the impacts to services as best we can. So included in your meeting packet as Exhibit A, it does show, there's a chart that shows what 5 and 8% reductions, what the dollars are for each of those departments. There's initial responses from departments as to how they could, what numbers they could come up with as they tried to reach those targets. And again, those were the subject of the discussions before the Finance Committee. And then to the far right of that chart, you'll see a CAO recommendation, and it is a mix between the 5 and 8%, and sometimes something different. And again, that's what I was encouraged to do, is to reflect on the input that I'd received during that Finance Committee meeting, to reflect upon the board's previously stated priorities, and also just what's practical without losing services altogether in some cases. Easier said than done. So the recommendations are that mix, and in developing those recommended funding targets or reduction targets, department heads have been empowered to make those adjustments as they deem fit, while ensuring that they are sustainable to the best of their ability and that they best meet their overall service delivery goals. Again, that's a mouthful. To try and meet those targets again, minimizing those impacts, making them as sustainable as possible moving forward, and not one time so much, but also mixing all that up to best meet their service delivery goals for their department. And again, I heard that loud and clear. We heard it from both departments and from the Finance Committee, is let the department heads do what they're paid to do, and make those judgments as how to deliver on those reduction targets. Having said that, you will note that the department adjustments alone that are recommended to you do not balance the general fund budget. Those departmental adjustments will address approximately 3.3 of the $3.9 million problem. On the fourth page of Attachment A, it shows my recommendation is how to close that last roughly $600,000 problem. I will note that we did list some options, one of which included furloughs, something that we're allowed to do under most of our MOUs, but not all. And the general fund impact of those furloughs would be approximately $300,000, but I have not heard from the board that that's something that you really are eager to do. So I'm holding that back and not recommending that we do furloughs at this time, but again, that's up to your board. We did look at our internal mandated charges, and in the area of workers' compensation, we have a liability there that we need to fund, and we have a policy to continue to chip away at that liability. What I'm recommending here is that instead of closing that gap by $250,000 a year, that we reduce that to only gaining on it by $150,000 a year. And that means that the departments would collectively get about $100,000 in relief this fiscal year, and $65,000 of that roughly would be relief for general fund departments. And so that's the that recommendation for that line. And talking with the auditor controller, I agree that we think that the fund balance will come in just a little bit higher. We really don't know, and we don't want to be too crazy about estimating much higher fund balances, nor do we want to rely on it. But the best judgment we give right now would that it'd be safe to increase our assumptions for ending fund balance this fiscal year, beginning balance next fiscal year by $200,000. If we do all those things, that would leave the final balance point. We need about $334,000. The recommendation would be for the proposed budget to temporarily reduce the $1 million contingencies, general fund contingencies, by that amount, and that would leave, again in round numbers, $666,000 left in general fund contingencies. And we've done this before, and I will just state it would be my goal, hopefully the board's too, to try and find a way to restore the contingencies back up to at least $1 million level between now and then the final budget hearing. But again, that's all up to your board. So in terms of dollars and cents, I'm recommending that the board go ahead and direct that we follow the funding reduction targets that are recommended under CIO recommendations on Attachment A, and then to close the gap based on what I've outlined on page 4 of Attachment A, and that is for the general fund. As far as other funds in the county, I've already mentioned that the road fund was the other one that we were concerned about, and again, due to good work by Mr. Gonzalez and his staff, they've been trying to reduce cost and enhance reimbursements for things in this fiscal year, looking at the same thing next fiscal year, also taking advantage of SB1 revenues to help balance things out, and it looks like they will be fine going in as we put things together for next year, and all other funds should be able to finish 17-18 in the black. So no special board direction is needed outside of the general fund today as far as putting the budget together. I do want to note, as I see some of the folks who are in the audience today, one thing that does need to come back to the Finance Committee for direction is in the area of our fleet. As your board knows, we've been looking at all kinds of options. There are labor implications related to some of those options. I've asked Mr. Gonzalez to cost out some different alternatives that we can present to the Finance Committee, consider all that, and then make a decision so there is certainty for that division, how we're going to provide those services, and also some certainty for the staff that are involved in the fleet management program. And I hope to be able to do that fairly soon so we know what we're doing in that area and we can plan accordingly. So I just wanted to mention that, but that'll come through the Finance Committee back to the full board. As far as proposed personnel actions, those are outlined in Exhibit B. Overall, these proposals call for a net reduction of staff by 14.4 FTE overall throughout the county. 3.6 FTE of this reduction will be the result of layoffs. Some are related to grant-funded positions, the grants coming to an end. Some is just a straight elimination. Some we actually had someone who voluntarily wanted to take, reduce their time, and that worked out for the department. And so forth. The ones that are identified for layoff are highlighted on Exhibit B in yellow, so you know which ones those are. All other reductions take advantage of vacancies and/or retirement, so that there would not be layoffs associated with it. I should note in the general fund there are two upward reclassifications, numerous conversions related or reflecting cost-saving reorganizations, and in some cases just straight reductions. There's one position in the purchasing fund recommended for being reduced from full-time to part-time, and then there are numerous changes being recommended within the Human Service Agency, specifically the ambulance, behavioral health, public health, and social services cost centers that reflect elimination of grant-funded positions, cost-saving reorganizations, and/or state-mandated changes in the entire eligibility worker series, and did forward on that memo, which will be attached to your final package on June 20th. For those that wanted to have that kind of information before today, you've got that. That detail will be included in your June 20th packet as well. I do want to note, as I did before the Finance Committee, and it's important to note that we do have several departments have also had to reduce or eliminate relief staffing. That's our hourly workforce, and that's an important part of our workforce. For example, we've noted with the change in PERS, we've had to stop, in some cases, the use of our annuitants, retired PERS annuitants. And that puts a hurt on a lot of the departments. They've relied on that expertise, that experience, that capacity to get work done. And also in some departments there's been significant reductions in overtime, and that's all workforce capacity. It may not be a permanent position, but it's an important way for departments to get the work done. We do have the department heads are here today. I don't know how exactly you'd want to do this today. I don't know that you want another 2-hour conversation like we did before the Finance Committee. But, Madam Chair, you may want to open it up to anyone who would like to speak. As far as what these numbers mean to them and their impacts, you may have specific questions. Certainly leave that to your discretion and direction. But after today, whatever direction you do give staff, we will rapidly prepare this for adoption on June 20th as your proposed fiscal year 17-18 budget, and then reminding the board that we do have a two-step process, and reminding the public we have a two-step process. We have a final budget hearing, which is tentatively scheduled for September 5th. And in the final hearing, you have the advantage of knowing what the state has done, like you were just talking about trailer bills and things like that. What has the state done when they adopt their budget later this month? We'll know what our actual fund balances are. We'll have better gauges on changes in our major revenue estimates and things like that. And that all goes in to inform our budget hearing and gives your board usually some flexibility of how to do things a little differently than what you've directed in the proposed. So the recommendation is just to provide direction on how to complete preparation of the proposed budget and approve related layoffs. And you could either go ahead and endorse the CIO recommended targets as outlined in the report with or without modifications. You can also then approve the issuance of layoff notices to those outlined in Exhibit B, again with or without modification. Are there any questions?
So if there's not any board questions, I would like to hear from the audience, and if there's consensus for that. So then I'd like to open up the podium for anyone that would like to address the board.
Connie O'Connor, Executive Director of the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance. Good morning, Madam Chairman and Supervisors. I have a few remarks to make this morning. I'll try to keep it brief. I know that you've got a long day ahead of you and have had many more previously. However, there are some things that I would like to share, and after some discussions with Mr. Pedro in the last couple of weeks, one of the things that I would like to just have you try to do is to keep some of this in your mind thinking about September. That seems like a long time away, but it's probably going to be here faster than anybody really intends. So I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Arts Alliance funding request for the fiscal year 17-18 budget in the amount of $45,000. That is the same amount that we have requested for the last 7 years. Also, in your thought process while we're talking about this, I would like to note that the money that we have always used to match the county money that we have so welcomed and has been so generously given to us has ended. That money was $45,000 from the Wise Family Trust. The trust has been retired, and so that is not an option for us anymore. I would like to also really take this opportunity to thank you all for voting for the state and local partnership resolution this morning. I'd also like to explain a little bit more and give you a little bit more information about that, what that really means, and what that resolution really means to the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance. The designation of a state and local partnership really means a lot to us. And according to the website of the grant programming for the California Arts Council, they define it as the state and local partnership program fosters cultural development on the local level through a partnership between the California Arts Council, the local arts agencies within the state. That also enables the creation and presentation and preservation of the arts of all the cultures to enrich the quality of life for all Californians. This is an old grant. I write it every year. We have been very fortunate. We have always been awarded top marks on this grant. And through the last few years, the funding has increased, which has really been a great help for everybody in California. The criteria for this annual grant is the local arts agency is designated by the County Board of Supervisors to serve as the county's citizens in partnership with the California Arts Council. And that's really what that proclamation was this morning that you voted and signed off on. The California Arts Council defines the program goals for the state and local partnership grant as they are local arts agencies officially designated to provide financial support, services, and other programs to a variety of arts organizations, individual artists, and diverse communities of their counties. State and local partnerships promote cooperation and collaboration among county and city agencies in planning, programming, and policy development. As a reminder to you and everyone else that might be listening today, I would add that more than 500 people make all or part of their living in Tuolumne County through the arts or art-related businesses. That includes, of course, all the obvious things like the theaters and galleries and so on. But it also includes sign shops, paint stores, computer companies, graphic designers, fabric stores like Joann's, craft outlets, Staples, privately owned copy and print outlets such as Foothill Graphics, and other print shops. So that's just a small list of all the people that are impacted by some of this. Tuolumne County Arts Alliance, ourselves, provide job opportunities for at least 25 people as our own dance and fitness instructors, arts camps, art teachers at our facility at the Dome. And each month, this is our newest undertaking. So from May through October, this will be the second year, we have created a new event called First Friday, Art Walk, Wine, Dine, and Music in Jamestown. During that First Friday event, 20 separate individuals and groups of musicians and artists perform and participate in this event in about an average of between 15 and 17 individual businesses. The second Saturday Art Night in Sonora, originally created by the Arts Alliance, has also become another major destination event year-round. And both of these arts events contribute significantly to the economic vitality of our county. They are both examples of economic development through the arts. That amounts to hundreds of jobs for participating members and residents of our shared community. All of these events linked to the mission and the focus of the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance are made possible by our funding from the California Arts Council, certainly the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, and through our state and local partnership grant, which makes us the mandated public art agency of Tuolumne County. That's a designation that all of us at TCIA take very seriously and strive to represent every facet of arts and culture, making sure that everyone is represented in our various communities. This relatively small funding, when we're not talking millions of dollars, helps us fulfill not only our mission, but also the mission of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors to develop and keep our communities welcoming places that people want to come to and enjoy all of our amenities, both natural and created. We raise most of the funds needed to run our programs through other grants, fundraisers, individual memberships and donations of private and corporate entities, classes, arts camp, fee-based events, and arts and dance classes that we hold on the Dome campus. Our other partnership with Tuolumne County is through the County Recreation Department, as the Arts Alliance pays for instructors and teachers, helps create more jobs through the arts, and offers free of rent spaces to hold county recreation classes year-round, also at the Dome campus.
So, Connie, just because I know we've got a number of people that want to speak, I'm going to ask you to kind of
I will
get to your bottom line here. Message.
I saw Sheriff Mealy Saturday. I was going to ask him to, even though he told me he wasn't going to be here, he's in Washington, I thought I'd ask him to yield the balance of his time, because he usually takes more time. But I guess the bottom line in all of this is that our situation is now very similar. We've been wrestling with a lot of the same discussions that you have been. My choices at this point in time are very similar to yours. We can eliminate programs, cut goods and services, reduce hours, reduce existing staff, which currently includes myself, paid for 40 hours and volunteer about 30, a 20-hour-a-week bookkeeper, and a 12-hour-per-week office manager. So there's not much to really reduce from that. One of the important things that I would like to share, and a special thing, is that Tuolumne County has always believed and has reflected in their multitudes of cultural and artistic events, theaters, concerts, fairs, lecture series, galleries, and arts education through all of the 47 years of the Arts Alliance. All those opportunities are held in great esteem in our county and by our residents. TCAA is responsible for many public art installations, and that's also helping to define our community in the best ways. Tuolumne County always has enjoyed an important tourism presence at the State Fair in Sacramento. This year, a mural that was created by 60 Columbia elementary students depicting a bird's eye view of Gold Rush Columbia was selected to be displayed at the State Fair. So Tuolumne County, once again, has been sort of put on the map through the arts. We continue to serve 4,000 children in the county every year through our arts education programs. None of us want to see any of these opportunities go away. We all hope for better economic development for everyone in our county. We want to mine our county and our community for new riches and new opportunities based on thriving businesses and cultural opportunities. So in closing, I would like to thank you for your time, your past and hopefully eventual support in September, and considerations throughout this budget process for all of us that are here today on your doorstep. We are grateful for your individual and collective efforts and to make it as fair and possible for all. Thank you for your dedication and your service on behalf of Tuolumne County, and all of us at TCAA applaud the work that you're doing. This is also a difficult time for us because as of just a month or two ago, our home is in question, and we're not sure just exactly what that's going to relate to us as we go down. So good news and some not so good news, but thank you.
Good morning, board, staff. My name is Mike Egner. I'm with Operating Engineers. I represent two of your labor groups, about 350 plus employees. I'm here because I wouldn't want your job, what you have to do today. I can tell you from my position, this organization works really, really hard with its employees. Mr. Pedro works extremely hard. His staff, the HR department, work really hard. Everybody works really, really hard. And just 6 months ago, we were in negotiations with your county. And that's the proof, how much information they gave us. They always gave us information. And I appreciate Supervisor Royce's comments at the last meeting. I mean, that took a lot of guts to say what you said, and I appreciate that. That shows the integrity of your department. I'm concerned because during labor negotiations, this, we'll call it $4 million asteroid suddenly appeared. And that's a concern, and Mr. Pedro is always telling you, these are moving targets, you're trying to deal with this. And again, it's a tough job. I wouldn't want it. Your integrity and your openness goes to show when there was a newspaper article recently about your budget meeting. Caused me a lot of phone calls because you were very transparent and people were concerned, rightfully so. So now looking at your budget, your county has always had the history of trying to help the employees, not just laying off individuals, which I totally appreciate. You can see it from your administrator's plan, what he's trying to do. He's not trying to impact lives. You have to, but he's trying to minimize it as much as possible. I do understand the budget process. I understand, again, your final budget's in September. After that, you have your March. You usually do your mid-year budget adjustments. So there's still this moving target, like Mr. Pedro is talking about, that you have the ability to do that. He's offered some suggestions. And I rarely just point out one individual, but when you look at Mr. Pedro's proposed changes, there's a full-time position that's being proposed to go to half-time. I know that in the proposal also there's relief staff, that are leaving, all these things going on, but that individual there makes about $13 to $15 an hour. to cut him to halftime for that individual is a huge life change. 26-year employee. I think that there's other ways to do it, that he doesn't need to be cut that position. There's other work he can do. I know that's only one of all thousands of employees you have, but that's just one example I can show you there. But I do appreciate the work that's gone on in this budget. We don't always agree on things. I don't necessarily agree with everything here, but I do see it working for you to move on. My concern moving forward is this $4 million. If this asteroid came in now, what are we going to do, in the next budget year? You can't cut enough employees, you can't cut enough services to fill those gaps. I do have an opinion on the juvenile center out there. You really need to think about where we're going down the road, because that could be really bleed this organization. I mean, I understand what went into it, the thought that went into it, but you have to do something. And I do appreciate the work you're doing in this budget, but let's avoid layoffs if we can. And if we do, we're going to have to meet and discuss the impacts of it anyway. This issue of the fleet, we'll revisit that at another time. I have thoughts on that also, but I do appreciate the work your staff's doing, and I think that you're trying to do the best you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gary Simning, Madam Chairman, Supervisors. As an individual who is actively engaged in trying to grow the community from the various real estate developments that we've been doing, I would say to you that this is exactly what no growth, restrained growth, and trying to maintain the status quo looks like. The agony that has to be gone through with the county staff, the budgeting. This is the impact across the community in all the service areas. And everybody in the community is touched by this in a negative way. And so, I personally, as you know, have a project that we went through the process with and got approved. And just even though it's a small project, bringing that project to reality, would bring about an extra $100,000 in sales tax revenue to the community. And so you look at that, and it's not much, but I mean, it would save reductions in the library. It would save somebody's job, or maybe a couple, 2 or 3 jobs, and it would also spur and add jobs within the community. So the things that we can do to somehow rein in those groups that have been stalling growth, I think is significantly important and should be a key and priority within the community. But that's not what I came to talk about. As somebody who's actively involved in trying to bring people into the community, bring business as well as individuals, there are key visible points within the community. Things that people come in when they look at schools, they look at services, they look at the library, and the library is the issue that I want to talk about. We have an aging demographic within this community, and more than likely moving forward, the people that are going to move into the area are going to be in that similar demographic. We're becoming a retirement community, and that I expect to happen, and continue to happen. They use those services. They look at those services, and the services that the library provides are something that they're very concerned about. And continuing to reduce the services that are provided by the library is a visible negative. People, looking to stay in the community as well as people looking to come into the community. You wouldn't think it's a big thing, $100,000 reduction in the library. It is a big thing because, that means that, potentially the bookmobile, potentially staff, reserve staff, or I don't know what they call them, relief staff, would be eliminated. Along with that, hours potentially would be reduced. The number of services, the number of programs that could be provided will be eliminated. It's a significant reduction, in a budget that's already been, over the years greatly reduced. My recommendation on that, since there is a retiring librarian, is that position not be filled. She currently, the dollar cost for that position currently is $110,000. The new position, the new person that would be brought in to replace her is actually going to cost more money. By not replacing that, you meet the entire reduction that they were requesting, on the, from other reductions in there. So not replacing that, backfilling that with existing staff. One, you have a qualified, individual with a master's degree, so the state and the federal accreditation remains. You have a supervisor who currently manages a significant portion of the library now. They could be moved in and take over that position without reducing any services, to the library. So I thank you. That's all I had to say.
Thank you.
Laura Krieg, District Attorney. I'm actually here to extend a few thank yous. This was a tough process for all of us to go through, and it was certainly my first experience as on my first term as district attorney to have to participate in a process of this sort. I've certainly faced budget cuts as a frontline prosecutor and having my job on the line in prior years, but as a department head, this is my first experience. And we were targeted with a 5% reduction, which is a little more than $110,000 to our department, the district attorney's office. And in struggling with this, I had the fortunate event to run into another department head at the deli counter and Safeway on a Saturday. And I was in my sweats and sunglasses, and she didn't even recognize me because I try to go incognito on the weekends. And she asked me how I was doing, and I just kind of spilled how I was really, losing sleep over this and how it was a difficult process. And the very next Tuesday, because this was on Memorial Day weekend, we returned to work, and by 8:30 I had a phone call, and it was prior to the Finance Committee meeting that we were all to attend. And this person thought outside the box, and she presented us with an idea that my two district attorney investigators might be able to do some investigation for her department, and with that would come a revenue source from her department into my department. Now, this is still being worked out, and just to give you an idea, I have 2 DA investigators. Amador County has 8 DA investigators. So my 2 guys are strapped, but I brought them in and I presented this idea to them, and they said, and this is again a thank you to my staff, they said, we'll do whatever it takes. We want to save having to face a layoff in our department. And because of Ann Connolly and her vision, I think that through challenges come inspiration, and Ann has certainly led her department for decades. And as a brand new department head, I'm just so thankful and lucky that I got to see her vision and work with her. And because of her vision and her commitment, we are not having to see a full layoff. We are having to reclassify a position, but in the hopes, and again, we're still working this out and nothing's set in stone, so I want to be clear on that, but we're both certainly committed to this idea that hopefully we can start providing services and cover almost half of our projected reduction due to her vision and commitment. And I just want to extend a thank you to her because, again, when we were at that meeting, I think Supervisor Rodever said, I want you to think out the box. I want you, and Supervisor Hanfeld said, I want you to combine services in areas where you can combine services. And so with Ann's vision and the dedication of my 2 investigators, I think that we'll be able to start doing some welfare fraud investigations, and that will certainly help both departments and also the taxpayers and the community as a whole. So I'm not up here to complain, although this was a difficult process for all. I'm just up here to extend my gratitude to her vision. So thank you.
Laura, I want to take just a moment because I really want to thank you for that comment. Because I think that in the conversations that we have been having in the last couple of months, you just highlighted what has been the goal of this board. And in going through that exercise with the Finance Committee, that really is what we need to do in the future. We have, 4 years ago, we talked about the new normal. We are experiencing that. We are living it. And that new normal means being creative. It means finding ways for departments to look and how we can work together instead of duplicating efforts. And it's you all, it's your expertise that you bring to the table that's really going to be able to find those places where we can identify that overlap and actually out of what is this very, very difficult exercise, and I cannot thank you all enough for your participation, but out of this very difficult exercise, we are going to find those creative solutions so that we are more efficient and that we are finding opportunity where we can actually work together. So I want to really thank you for highlighting that experience, and I think it is an example of where we collectively need to be moving in the future. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And we, I think, have a few more public comment. Yes.
Yep.
Good morning. Connie Corcoran, private citizen. Members of the board, thank you for letting us speak this morning. I see that you're faced once again with an incredibly impossible-looking situation, and my sympathies are with you. My respect to the very difficult work that you have before you and the difficult work that staff has done to present to you. The only thing I'm going to say, I'm not presenting any facts, figures, or background. I wasn't expecting to speak, so I apologize for the sunglasses. I forgot them in my other glasses in the car, and I can't see without them, so I can't take them off. So the only thing I want to say is bravo to the gentleman who spoke about the value the library brings to your community and the potential it has to be an incredibly strong attractor to retirees and tourists and families who want to live here and enjoy life here. So my one suggestion to you, I don't agree with the recommendation that he made, but I haven't spoken with staff, so I'm not going to try to give a different recommendation except one. This is the 100th birthday of your library, and I would respectfully suggest that you consider giving them a birthday present of $100,000. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? All right, I'll bring this back to the board. Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, I have a whole lot to say, and I'll try and make it really short. First of all, I cannot adequately express how much I appreciate the effort of all of our department heads. Everybody gave it the office, so to speak. We asked tough things of them, and they responded remarkably well. And as our DA has pointed out, and thank you for pointing that out, there were some discoveries in that process. That was not the only one where different department heads could potentially look at each other and combine forces a little bit. It was a very constructive process, and it was a very open process, and I will personally push to continue that kind of a process going forward. We achieved the goal for this year, but I am not certain yet how well we achieved that. And that's not to diminish the efforts and the good acts that were done, but I don't know how much of that savings that we've got in the CAO's recommendation is recurring. So I don't know how much of the problem we're going to face again next year, and we already know that we've got more problems on the way next year as well. One of the things that we're going to want to try and do is figure out actually, and I've seen several numbers, but actually how much of the savings are recurring and really good savings. There's no such thing as a bad savings, but some are better than others, and recurring certainly are the better ones. But it's clear to me that we need to take, as a county, a longer view of things outside the budget process to inform the budget process. And we've got a lot of good intellects in this county. The board hired all the department heads, most of the department heads, and we hired them because they've got a good head on their shoulders. And we've seen some benefits of that. But we need to figure out how to get out of the seemingly unending cycle of costs greatly outstripping increases in revenue as we go forward. And we know that we've got some potential big ones coming from the state. About half of the problem that we face this year can be directly attributable to external sources putting requirements on us that we had no control over. Okay. So I think we need to look at, and I'm going to recommend that we energize the Finance Committee, not to start next year's budget right now, but to start looking at how we can increase revenues, how we can decrease costs by perhaps looking at increased efficiencies in facilities usage, maybe doing some addition. We did a lot of restructuring for efficiencies this year. I think there's potentially some more out there. I don't know what they are. I just have this gut feel because I've been in organizations my whole life, and there's always ways that you can get better. So some restructuring, and I really like where we found ways to help each other within the government, how one department head could help another department head, or how two department heads could collaborate to reduce some redundancies and things. So I think that's a really important thing going forward. I really also want to congratulate and thank the CAO's office, specifically Craig and Tracy, for guiding us through this. Okay. I know it was a lot of long hours, as it was for all the department heads as well. I support the CAO's recommendation with one exception, and that has to do with our water consultant. And the recommendation is to delete task order 1 and 2, which are the efforts with Aqua, with the State Water Resources Control Board, and the Bay Delta effort, and all of those meetings that he goes to. We're only paying a share of the cost, and the proposal that came in reduced our share, but reduced it really to the bare bones. And if we delete that, we lose the influence and the visibility into some really important closed-door things that could have, especially right now, the San Joaquin River and the tributaries, both New Melones and the Stan River tributary, but also the Tuolumne River tributary. The entire FUCRA licensing project in Don Pedro is being held hostage right now, and as well, we're going to have a FUCRA licensing at Phoenix Lake. And all of those things are will be impacted by what's going on in Sacramento. So I really would like to ask my colleagues' indulgence in adding back in the $31,850, which would restore task order 1 and 2 to that. And it would, where's my number? It would reduce, and I recommend that we take it out of contingencies. It would further reduce our contingencies from $665,935 to $634,085. And I'll make that a motion.
And so just for clarification, there is still, though, because that original consultant fee was $85,000, and there's still a reduction down to...
Yes, he reduced, and that's all in task order 1 and 2, that reduction. The current contract, I believe it was $82,000. So he reduced task order 1 and 2 by, what would that be, $24,000. So we are going next year with less level of effort than we had this year.
Other comments?
Yeah. A lot of the
was a
same
motion.
things that Supervisor Rivers said. First, I want to thank staff. You guys are pretty amazing. Give you a challenge, and you you work hard at it, and I appreciate some of the creativity that's come out and things like that. I thought there were some really good ideas that came out in terms of just improving service and finding new ways to do things and doing things different. Process is where I like to think opportunity realize comes from. Challenge, this budget it was a bigger surprise for all of us than we expected. I'm concerned that that's not going away, and so life is full of challenges, and it's a journey. And managing budgets, which I did for a long time in the private sector, was constantly a challenge, and new emerging issues. And that's one of the reasons why I was concerned about, mentioned earlier when we were talking about the roads and the money we have to spend there, the tree mortality. We've done some work on drought. These are all things that were never on our plate before. They all came out of emergencies, things outside our control. And I just have to congratulate the entire team for stepping up to it. I mean, Tracy and her team at doing emergency services, and David and his team out there, and others, the finance people helping us. It's just amazing what this group's been able to do. So my comment is we need to continue to manage our budgets and how we spend money on a day-to-day basis. Just because it's there, I expect you to do the right thing. Laura, I appreciate you more than you realize. Do what it takes. That's the attitude that our staff has. They're amazing. IT offers some great challenges. Mr. Richardson, I've talked about this. Challenges, but opportunities for productivity. We need to make sure we get those things done. We need to help our IT team help us every way we can because they bring promise to us. I am also concerned about how much of this is systemic, long-term, sustainable versus short-term cost avoidance because we're going to have a bigger problem next year. I appreciate the comments about this is what happens when you have a no-growth situation. Costs go up, but your revenues don't. And then you have to cut services. One of my problems is no one else provides the services the county provides. I mean, if you relate to business, we kind of have a monopoly on some things. Our constituents who pay our salaries, vote us into office, are also our customers. They deserve the best we're capable of providing. And so we constantly got to find ways to do our job better. We do need new sources of revenue. We need to continue to fight against, and when staff sees these things happening that we can't all see, they got to bring it to us, and where the supervisors can help, be in Sacramento or Washington with our contacts there. We got to go fight against the new challenges that are coming out that they don't fund. That happens all the time, and it happens kind of undercover. We have challenges. Linda has a big challenge with the juvenile detention center. We got to find a way to make that work, and if we can't make it work, we're going to have to do something different. We all know that. No point not bringing it up and talking about it. We got to go forward. So I'm generally okay with what I see here. I know that the department heads have been working feverishly, literally hour by hour, day by day, trying to figure this thing out, and I'm not sure you're done yet because we only got this memo last night. So I want to say I appreciate the hard work. We got to continue to do it. It's a way of life. It is what it is. I share Supervisor Rotifer's concern about the water consultant. I'm not sure I'm willing to vote on that today. I'd like to to noodle over the rest of this in the next 2 weeks and challenge everybody to do the right things and then vote on it then. We're not at the final budget point, but we're giving you the best we've got at this point. Thank you again for a lot of hard work, a lot of creativity. And I want to encourage everybody to continue the creativity. We can do things better. It's a process, and we need to support our people. And I want to thank all the people in the organization for all they do. It's really good.
So the last, just for the public's clarification, because we have had some
Yeah.
conversation about the library, and I did read your memo that you sent out, Trace. I just want to be certain that the public understands that we are, because we value the library system, we are, with this budget, meeting the thresholds that we need to meet the state requirement for our library system. Can you address that?
Yes, so I'm assuming you're referring to the educational requirement. So yes, so with what you have before you, we are recommending that we would add in the library director. That library director would be required to have a Master's of Library Science, as our current library supervisor also has. So the supervising librarian. We also have a librarian, too, who also has that Master's of Library Science as well. So as you saw, we did take this very seriously, as all of us do when we're looking at reducing services in any capacity. I've worked with with staff as well as friends of the library, taking in concerns from everyone and the community members, and I really do think that what you have before you is the best laid out plan.
My mistake. They're just looking for guidance, not a motion. So I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. And that's what my next conversation was. If Mr. Pedro, we have given you the guidance that you need at this time.
Well, what I'm hearing then, to conclude preparation of the proposed budget, is that you are endorsing the CAO recommended reduction targets, and you would be. I do need approval. I do need formal approval to issue the layoff notices as outlined to those individuals identified in Exhibit B. So I could take direction following the targets, but I do need a motion approving the issuance of layoff notices.
I'll make that motion. Reluctantly, by the way.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Hanfeld. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent.
Can I just add one thing? It was so fun. I haven't seen her in a long time, but to see Connie here today. She was our last true library director that was permanent. We've had some interims, and then we've had a good team working on things. But I'm glad she's here today, and hopefully you just heard what we're aimed at, and that's getting, again, a senior leader, point person that will be the primary advocate, for libraries back for a lot of people's recommendations for a long time. And so that's a very good thing for the library system.
All right. Well, again, thank you for all of your hard work. We're going to take a break until 11:05. Meeting. Would the clerk please read item 12?
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to pervasive tree mortality.
Tracy.
Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So the item before you is the analysis, or for your review, to renew the proclamation for pervasive tree mortality. And as we usually do, we provide an update within that memo. So I'll just quickly go through that. Due to the fact that we had begun sending out right of entry forms well over a year ago, it has allowed us to now, where everyone kept saying, how are you getting these projects done so quickly? Well, there are several reasons. One of those is that we sent out, as you know, well over 5,000 right of entry forms over a year ago. as well as we have an amazing team of people working together to get these going. So on page 2 of your memo, it does outline all the projects that have been completed. It equates to well over 2,000 trees that have been removed along roadways. We still have a lot more to go, but we feel good about where we have been and where we are going. The other thing is a California Conservation Corp. You may remember that the governor had put some state responsibility area grant funds into the state budget with CAL FIRE, and some of those funds were giving to the CCC. And they were delegated to go out to the 10 high hazard zone counties and provide some assistance. Well, due to the fact that we know that CAL FIRE inmate crews, as you know, have already been providing a very high level worth of work to us. They have been going in and doing all of the chipping and debris cleanup, and many times the yards and the roadways look much better than when we first came through to remove the trees. But because fire season is coming along, we did reach out to the CCC and ask if there's any way, and do they have any capacity to now move into Tuolumne County and begin helping. Ethan's been working on that, and he and County Council have been working on a memorandum of understanding. There is no cost related to that, but as you can see, he has put a value in there of over $200,000 for them to providing the service that they will provide to us. So they should start tomorrow, and we are excited to begin working with them. The other thing is we have the U.S. Forest Service contract. It's actually a road agreement, and they provide funding to us at 100% reimbursement. We have completed the first job, and that was on Fort Ready Road. They removed over 500 trees in that job. It was a lot of work. The contractor did a fantastic job. And then we have mailed out for the SRA grants. You've provided final direction. So the staff mailed out over 500 for the non-county maintained roads where we have $800,000 to go in and remove trees on private property that could threaten private roads. So those are about ready to kick off. We have received quite a few back, so it'll be more of the smaller projects going out to some of these smaller non-county owned and maintained roads and removing anywhere from 5 to 25 trees to ensure that we maintain access and evacuation routes. The other that we are working on is the private property. So those that we have $1.6 million to remove trees on private property that are threatening homes. And so over 1,000 right of entries were sent out there. And what I'd like to put out to our community is we have some very specific project zones that CAL FIRE approved. While we've sent out right of entries to a myriad of different areas within the county, we are encouraging homeowners, if they are fearful of their home or their neighbors and they get out there and they are proactive and they get those right of entries to us, we will put a project together. All of this is driven by the right of entries and gaining access to property. Again, if someone wants to come in, we'll work with them. They bring us 15, 25 right of entries from their neighborhood. We will get foresters out there and we will begin developing projects. So hoping that we can start those fairly soon. What I did want to also provide an update on is SB 265. That is as you know, that is the bill that Senator Berryhill has sponsored along with Assemblymember Bigelow. And that would reduce our share of costs from 25% to 10%. Right now, we know that it's passed unanimously through the Governmental Oversight Committee, the Senate floor, and the Senate Appropriations. So now it moves on to the Assembly. Both Supervisor Hanvelt and I have been meeting with Sal Gomez, who is one of the senior advisors to the governor for environmental issues. And the reason for this is you may or may not know, and our community may not know, any bill that has come before Governor Brown over the last, during his current term and the previous term that he served, he has vetoed every single one of the bills that have come through to him. So we're trying to spend time with Sal Gomez to really educate him as to what your board's efforts have been. You have led the state in getting out there and putting your actions, your words into actions. And the first county for us, we were the first county to do projects. We were also the first county, up until recently, the only county who had even submitted requests for reimbursement. So getting him, just trying to provide enough education, and maybe we can get him to pause slightly and think about it before, and maybe possibly think about signing that for us. It could save us, as right now we've spent approximately $1.3 million. Does not include any of my time or any of your time. That is direct time for program oversight. That could save us hundreds of thousands of dollars of what we've already spent. So that could go towards future tree work and or diverting over to the storm damages that have been incurred so far. And then what I did want to provide to you, also update on the way that we are staffing the different emergencies. As you know, we have Ethan Beligmeyer, who came in as a full-time analyst, and then we have Ryan Campbell, who's also another analyst. And in the item that you just looked at, we were asking to take our account clerk that was hired. We did not expect that the individual that came into us would have the expertise and the education that he has. And so we are asking to take him, as you saw, from a senior account clerk to an analyst. The reason this is important is we have enough full-time work for each of them to be designated to each of these emergencies. So right now, really Ryan and Ethan have been working on tree mortality, but because with the next item we'll talk about in drought, Ethan will be going back full-time to drought. So we'll have Ryan on tree mortality, Ethan on drought, and Jason has been doing an incredible job in providing administrative support to CRA and David Gonzalez's staff. So I'm just want to make sure you know who is working on what. They're doing an amazing job, and I just want to thank you for the resources because they are helping us to provide an amazing level of support to our community, as well as Jason is doing a great job in learning all the intricacies with both FEMA and Cal OES for reimbursement, and is seeking direct reimbursement from FEMA, which means just kind of getting on staff and making sure that they remember to tag every single meeting or site visit that they do, because that is reimbursable, and that is beyond the 75% that we get for direct programs. So with that, any questions you might have for tree mortality, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you for that very comprehensive report. Are there any questions?
Oh, I got a few comments. One is I just want to thank the team. Ryan's here, and Ryan's done a lot of creative things. Ethan, Jason, and Leadership Tracy. Tuolumne County is leading the state. Everybody knows that, but we're on the map, and that's why we're getting the support we are. This is a great memo when you see the amount of work that's done and being done on this thing. I got to add the CAL FIRE teams that support and all the other agencies support. PG&E has been a good supporter. They've had their lumps and their issues, but they continue to support us, and they're doing an enormous amount of work. And so I want to congratulate the Tuolumne County team on just a fine effort. This just is amazing. Everybody asks us how we do it, and Tracy and the team share with them the ideas, and they're all following. So it's a real tribute to our leadership here. Thanks, Tracy.
Any questions? Is there any public comment?
Well, I just want to say what a fabulous job Tracy has done and her staff. You've gotten us a lot of money, honey. So, yeah. So the governor has heard from me a lot about a particular institution down on Stockton Road. So he came to the fair a couple of years ago. So I'm kind of hoping he might come to the fair this year, because I've given him a lot of grief over that. But we now have a new CEO and a new board, so we can be proud of that, I think. So I think we should invite him up here. So I went, last weekend, I think, to, I don't go anywhere where you have to drive. I walk everywhere. But this was somewhere out in the outer Mongolia of Twainhart or something. And there were trees everywhere. They're all over the ground. So they've been felled, and they're just all over the ground. So this was a one-way street with one way out, and I thought, oh, my God, please don't let there be a fire, because I will die here. But it was, I've seen the trees being chopped down at Miwok and stuff, but it was astounding how many huge trees are on the ground in the Twainhart area. So he should come and visit. And, see what it looks like. And then maybe he would get it. So maybe he'll come to the fair and he can have a little tour while he's here.
Maybe. So Carol does bring up a point that I think is worth reiterating for the public. And with all of these different agencies working on this issue, There are different processes, and we have had a little confusion with this, and especially with regards to PG&E and what happens with PG&E trees, because PG&E fallsite trees, their process is different, though, in that you have to request that they take the trees away. And so there's been a lot of confusion on that. I will say that a number of us have been working on that with our PG&E partners, because, again, one property owner could be working with the county, Caltrans, PG&E, and every one of them has a slightly different process, and then, more importantly, a process with what happens with those trees after the fact. So I would remind anybody that is viewing this, if you have PG&E on your property taking down trees, you must request to them that they remove those trees. So with that, do I have a motion, or do you have a comment?
I'll let Supervisor Hanvelt make the motion, since he's leading this effort, but I kind of like Carol's idea. I think we ought to invite the governor to come up to our fair and take a tour.
And leave time to get out in the woods.
Yep.
Absolutely. I don't know. It's in July, I believe. July. Yes, the second week of July.
Hey, Randy, remember when we met Jerry Brown at CSAC reception? Remember what he talked about?
Yeah.
We met the governor. He was at a CSAC event and got introduced to him. And he asked where we're from. He said Sonora. And he said, "Isn't that where that bar is where you can buy guns?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's the Sportsman." And he's like, "Yeah, that place is cool." He's like, "I was coming back from Yosemite one time, and
The oldest.
yeah, we wanted to have a drink, so we stopped in there." And if you invite him, remind him about the Sportsman and tell him we'll buy him a drink.
Well, he was in an RCRC meeting, and walking out, I asked him to look at some things, and I handed it to him. And he says, "Where are you from?" "Tuolumne. I was just at the fair." And he pulled up pictures of him being at the fair. So he's pretty good. I'll make sure we get an invitation.
So
Another thing, just real quick. When he was at the fair, he stopped at my wife's candy booth, and he was going to purchase some, but his wife said he didn't need it. And so I will get him some candy if he comes up here.
Bribery.
Yes, and with all of us with our fair stories, yes, he stopped by and petted all of the FFA steers at the time. Yeah, and my kids were thrilled with that, so he made quite an impression. I think it's a great idea, and we can work on that. But I do need a motion.
Madam Chairman.
I'm sorry.
Madam Chairman, I'll move in favor of adopting resolution to continue the local state of emergency due to pervasive tree mortality.
Just to be clear, does that also include the recommendation for the CAO to sign the MOU with the Conservation CCC?
We'll include that.
Thank you.
And my second got out in front of your motion, but I'll second that.
I have a motion from Supervisor Hanfeld, a second from Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Before we leave this item, because we have talked about the amazing effort of Tuolumne County, I want to read a letter that has come from NACO, because NACO has recognized Tuolumne County. NACO is the National Association of Counties, and they have recognized the effort in tree mortality. And I'm just going to read two of the paragraphs here real quickly. The National Association of Counties, NACO, is pleased to grant Tuolumne County a 2017 Achievement Award for its program titled Emergency Hazard Tree Mortality Program in the category of Risk and Emergency Management. Congratulations to everyone involved in developing this innovative program, with an exclamation point. Your hard work will yield positive results for Tuolumne County residents. Congratulations, and thank you for your continued work to promote the betterment of county services and programs. And Tuolumne County will be honored at NACO's annual conference in July. They have sent a very nice plaque. Tracy, I want to bring this down to you. I want you to share this with the entire team. And Supervisor Hanvelt mentioned it's a tremendous effort with a lot of partners. But right now on staff, certainly led, under your leadership with Ethan and Ryan and Mr. Albrecht and Mr. Trott and all of the individuals that are working so diligently on the county's behalf. So please share this with them. All right. Will the clerk please read item 13?
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to drought conditions, and approving correspondence to the Cal Office of Emergency Services grant processing, confirming Tuolumne County's intent to submit a grant application to extend the water tank and water delivery program.
Tracy.
Okay, Tracy Rakes, County Administrator's Office. So as you can see, I tried to put a whole lot of stuff into one memo. As we have been discussing in the past few months, Cal OES and the governor did terminate the drought emergency except for a few of the counties. And there are 9 counties who still have a water program going and over 900 tanks that have been placed. Cal OES has been working very diligently on trying to get some type of grant application out to these counties. And it's been going on for well over a month, and we thought we'd have it last Friday. We still don't have it, but there are some pieces of information that they have requested from us. Some of that is there's a copy of a letter in here in which it is your board is directing staff to apply for the grant that will come out. And the reason we've done it in this way so that you know is this grant could come out, like I said, it was supposed to be out last Friday. Originally, it was even supposed to be out last month. They continue to work on the wording in this, but they expect us to turn this around very quickly. So we were to get a letter from our boards for all the 9 counties, and that's why you have a copy of it here. We are asking for your approval to get that letter sent to the state. We are also to provide to them by May 31st what we anticipated those costs can be. So there's a couple things I'm asking direction from you for is not only that letter, but direction on whether or not you would like for staff to apply for the grant. And then we need some direction because when I apply for that grant, we also need to give a narrative of how we plan to carry this program into the future. They really are leaving it up to the board to determine how you would like to take care of this and what do you want to do with the tanks. You may remember for a couple of years now, staff have been asking, could we just give these tanks to the homeowners so that, or sell them, so that they have a way to meet their needs in the future? And we have gone back and forth. It is now the determination of Cal OES, who is saying you have the ability to determine what you would like to do with these tanks, and they did provide, as long as we have a hold harmless agreement. The hold harmless agreement, we have a sample of that, has been given to county council. We've had a meeting with ATCAR so that we could discuss this. So recommendation, as you can see, I've estimated what we thought we might need in the way of costs, and so far we're at about $782,000. This would include Ethan going back full-time to the drought program, would include a little over $50,000, and this is estimated worth of time for an environmental health specialist. As you know, Rob Koslevy was critical, and when we first rolled out this program, he'll be critical as we now work at winding it down. And then we have the administration, accounting, and reporting. Even for those counties who decide they're not going to continue, the state has mandated that they will have oversight of their private nonprofit, and the counties will do the reporting. With that being in mind, this is what a meeting with council and internal staff and ATCAR, what we would like to recommend to the board is that we would take over administration of this program. That will allow us to be the single point of making decisions based on your direction on how to wind this program down. We would have to go out to bid, and we just had a meeting again, and council was included with that. We need to go out to bid to get a contract for potable water delivery and a general contractor to do repairs and or uninstall the tanks. So, with that being said, you have the ability to determine for those homeowners who we would like to leave the tank, as we've discussed in the past, While some may only get a half a gallon to a gallon of water per minute from their wells, with the tank in place, they could now be self-reliant. We could leave that tank there, sign a hold harmless agreement, and they now are responsible for meeting their own needs for potable water. What we would like to do is begin working with each individual homeowner, because we will need to sign a new agreement with that homeowner, because right now the agreement for water delivery and services between ATCAR, the county, and the homeowner, it will switch to just being oversight from Tuolumne County. But also there are new requirements. We have to work with these homeowners to have a timeline of what are they doing to become self-reliant. Again, that could be the tank, could be taking over their own water deliveries, could be drilling a new well. It could be us trying to help them get connected to TUD where it's possible to do so. That will take time. So what we're recommending is, while Ethan is meeting with each of these homeowners, it would be Ethan and environmental health and a contractor that would have to do these meetings. We would need to continue water delivery, and that's where you see about $500,000 is what we're estimating. I think it will be much less as we work with each homeowner, but that will take time. We have 128 tanks placed, but we're doing 137 water deliveries, and that's because there are 9 homes or wells that already had a tank in place. So we need to work with each one of them. But what I need direction from you is, for those homes that would like to keep their tanks, do you want to allow them to keep it? Do you want them to buy it? You'll see some different alternatives here. We could allow them to keep it free of charge with the signed hold harmless agreement. You could decide that each one of them will pay a specific amount for that tank with a hold harmless agreement. You could also make it it's free of charge to maybe those, and I've outlined that in here, who are considered low income according to HUD guidelines for Tuolumne County, and anyone above those guidelines would pay for the tank, whatever it is that you set. It can be any amount that you set. For any tanks that we do remove, we have been working with Tuolumne Utilities Districts and Groveland CSD and Twainhart CSD to see if there's any need on their behalf for these tanks. And while we cannot give them the tanks, that is, they're not allowing us to do that, we can sell them at whatever amount that you would direct. So really, I'm here before you asking for the letter correspondence, a direction on whether or not you want us to apply for the grant, and then some program guidelines that I would include or staff would include in the grant narrative that we would submit. And we don't know when that grant deadline will be. They could release it today and tell me they need it in 7 days. That's why we're asking also that the county administrator be able to sign the grant application, all grant-related documents, and any contracts, so that we can move expediently on everything that needs to take place to keep this going.
Questions?
Oh, I got comments about that. Get public if you want.
Any questions? Any public comment?
Give her anything she wants.
I'm liking this. I know.
You're going to create a monster.
All right. Any other public comment? Okay. Board comments.
Yeah, look, I think we have to apply for the grant. I don't think that's an option, and we have to maintain as much flexibility. I think for the people involved in these water programs, I suspect that the ultimate solution will be pretty much individual, as opposed to a generic solution, because one size doesn't fit all. We always complain about that, but in this world, it's probably more important that we find a way to individualize that. I think we ought to have an individual plan for everybody within the next year, or less if we can. But I mean, that's pretty big deal to get that many individual plans, and ultimately, I think if there's excess tanks that we already have that we can't find a home for, that we could sell those publicly, but if people have ability to pay, I think they ought to be paying something. You have a little problem with giving public funds away. On the other hand, if they need the tanks, and some of these people aren't exactly, rolling in dough. But if there's landlords, they need to come up with their solution. I mean, maybe it's new wells, but we need to find individual solutions for every one of them, and so I think I'm willing to go along with a plan that does this, but we need to ultimately, we can't continue to deliver water in the public dole forever. So get them off.
Supervisor.
Yeah, the only thing I'm concerned about is there's some likelihood that people that want to keep those tanks are also going to have to drill a well. So I think we need to consider those people that are in a situation, not just somebody that's has a low income, but also somebody, I mean, if you draw the line here, there's somebody that's just north of that line, and if they got to drill a well, I think that's going to be a big enough hurt on them. So I would encourage you to consider that possibility as well.
So I don't think we have enough information yet to really determine what individual circumstances are, and I anticipate that once that's being gathered and you start talking to these homeowners and both have some historical information, where these low-performing wells always, what exactly each individual case is, then we're going to see some scenarios evolve that will either, again, I like Supervisor Hanfield said a little bit, I am somewhat reluctant to just give away public funds, a gift, but I think there are there will be some definite groupings, delineations that are going to surface as you start getting into each individual case. We'll see some answers evolve.
So could we kind of notionalize a motion that would approve extending the state of emergency, approve applying for the grant and allowing the CAO to sign, but give staff direction to come back to us with more fleshed out options on how to implement that? I'm looking at Craig.
Unfortunately, I'm just going to let you know, I have to lay out the program in the grant application. I need that. I have to have it and to give them, or they will not approve it. So
you have to define what will happen with each tank.
Yes, I have to define the program as to how you want to dispose of and what we're going to do with those tanks when I do that grant application.
And just to be clear, whatever program that we would institute for getting rid of the county ownership of the tanks needs to be applied fairly. So, that's why Tracy, I think, suggested looking at potentially the low income level so that we can apply it fairly to everybody involved.
Well, given that piece of information, I'm more inclined, knowing the financial stress that a lot of these people are going to be under, I'm more inclined to, if they're interested in keeping the tanks, just let them keep them. Because I don't think we're going to make any money off of them anyway, so.
Maybe we should be clear, that money would go back to the state.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, let them keep them.
I'm
the
part of the
cost to
state.
remove them
It's
would
expensive, yeah.
Yeah, and the value in the tank itself is little compared to the cost of hooking it up.
Mm-hmm.
A used
You're gonna
tank and
spend more
pump
money
isn't
moving
worth
it.
much.
Okay.
Have you had any inclination from any of these property owners that their wells have recovered to a point where they wouldn't want the tank? And do we have to then identify how we would dispose of the tank? Or if we would make it available to TUD? Because I think that was certainly an alternative.
Right, we would not, and that's why I have written in having environmental health go back out, and they would assess each of the homes so we could determine where they are. As you know, we have the Jamestown water main extension. There will be about 15 to 20 tanks that would no longer be needed. That's another place where we need to decide, do we leave them there? And that's where we're looking kind of just objectively, do you leave them there or do we remove them? There is a cost. We had anywhere from about $1,500 to $2,500 per tank, and you have to remember it's because the complexity. Some of these, as you know, some of the homes, when they had to go up there, they had to be quite creative to get a tank and get it put into their plumbing, or maybe it was a spring, or even some had more like a pond. If you listen to some of the stories that we have heard. But out at Jamestown, there will be at least 15 to 20 that will have access to public water, which, do we remove those, or do we also give them the same option that they are able to keep those tanks? But there is a cost, and that's in your memo. It's average. The state will pay everything. So if we decide we're going to remove it, this is a grant that has no share of cost. It's 100%. The reason that they've pulled it back is, as you may or may not know, the governor put aside $6.5 million to continue on this program. There's over 900 tanks available. When they asked for all of the counties to provide what they thought they might need to continue the program for a year, what they did was they took the number of tanks and then they divided that up to see what your percentage of that $6.5 million would be. We came in well under. Ours was about 845 to 900,000. We submitted 782. Unfortunately, another county who has quite a few tanks submitted $7 million, and that's more than the entire pot. So that's why the reason what's taking so long is looking at it and deciding how they're going to do this. But we do need to figure out for those who have public access to public water, as well as those who may have to drill or don't have any access, or they're going to continue with water deliveries. What do we do across the board for all homeowners?
If you're going to spend $1,500 to remove a tank that's worth $1,500, you're wasting everybody's time.
I agree.
Yeah,
Just leave them. Forget about it. Move on.
I think if they want to keep them, they keep them. Why would the state want to spend money to take a tank back?
This is what we've been saying for
white
over
elephant
2 years
bag.
now. Yes.
I know.
Yeah.
And
people can keep them for fire flow.
And
they can use it for landscape irrigation. They
If-
can do a cistern.
if they're going back on a well, trust me, I got a well and I use my tank.
Mm-hmm.
So they can use it.
Oh, for sure.
So the program would be allow homeowners who want to keep the tank do so free of charge of they do the hold harmless agreement.
Yeah. Yep.
Remove and auction off tanks which homeowners do not want to keep.
Yeah.
Okay, but then I would like us to be certain that, and I'm sure we will, but this process of moving off of delivered water,
Yes.
Again, I don't want us to be still in the water delivery business, unfortunately,
Definitely.
next
Yeah.
spring when this runs out in May.
Agreed.
And so I think we need to be finding those solutions immediately.
Yes, and with this, what will take the longest is working with each of those homeowners, as you know, having environmental health go back out. Some of the, so you know, the installations when they were put in place, and this is going to be a very bland overview because I am not a contractor and I'm not a plumber and I don't really know and what it takes to put in a tank. I thought there was a lever essentially that had been put in place that allow them to just flip back to the tank or not. We don't allow the water from the well to go into the tank because we didn't have to worry about any contamination issues that could put anyone at risk. What we do need to do is there's many times what I have found out recently is this is not what happened, and especially since some of these are very creative to make them work for some of these homes. We will have to spend some contractor time to go in there and make it so that they can even use their well and or the tank. And that will take some time. But I do believe that
We have
by
to do that?
well, right now they can't use their wells at all. If we walk away, they can't use their well.
Yeah, but isn't that their responsibility?
I don't know. We changed it. So I'm like, I guess we've had this conversation internally about we went in and changed their whole plumbing structure so that they are no longer able to even utilize their well. If we walk away, and this is a conversation we've had internally in our group, we have changed the plumbing in their home so that they do not have the ability to use their wells right now.
So is the question, do we have to return it back to be able to use their well? Is that the question?
You're the lawyer.
Well, no, I wanted to make sure I understood what you're asking.
I'd like to know that.
Yeah.
What are we responsible for? What are we
I think
liable for?
I think we do have to return it back to the way that it was unless they want to keep getting the water delivery on their own, with their own funding to pay for it, because we did.
Did these people sign contracts?
They signed agreements, homeowner agreements, to be able to utilize the program.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing
But
that
did we address?
we left open because, as Tracy had just said, we have been trying for years to get the state to tell us how we were going to end the program, and we just found out, so we wanted to leave it open.
So is the cost of that contract labor in this grant?
Yes, so part of that, if part of that $1,500 would be for those that would have stayed, $1,500 per tank. Those that would stay, we would do the plumbing to get them back to working order so that we could walk away and we're not leaving that home crippled, or say it's again, they're not financially able to pay a plumber or electrician or whatever is needed to come in and put it back. We'll make sure it's working when we leave. They sign the hold harmless agreement and we're done. Either they take. Go ahead.
I have an
Sorry.
idea. Why don't we give them an option? They can keep the tank and sign off and convert back their domestic system to their well or public water service themselves with an expense to hire a plumber or whatever, and that would release us from any additional responsibility. Or we will come in, if you're already going to have somebody out there, a contractor, to reconnect the system because we're potentially responsible for that, at that time just take the tank.
We could. It's up to you guys.
That way you have an option. It motivates people, hey, I can take care of this myself and I get to keep the tank. If they have a use for it, then they take care of it. We're not wasting taxpayer money on it.
I'd want to look at those homeowner agreements again that they signed before I would advise that we can do that.
Just walk away.
Yeah, I'd want to look at those a little bit more closely.
Probably should do that before we have this.
Because I think that what I want to do is find a way to motivate individuals to become self-sufficient as expedite. However that process is, I want us to be expediting that. And so that is my concern a little bit, is that if we don't have a process in place, that we will be lingering with water deliveries.
We put a deadline on the water deliveries. That's what we do. We just say, hey.
Plan to get them off in a year.
Yeah, you're going to be off.
Years too long. I think we need to have them. We need this because this needs to be wrapped up in a year. These
That's what I mean.
Have to be gone, and that will take some time to figure out how we're going to dispose of the tanks. Whether it's through public auction or something, you'd have to get them in one place. So I would like to see a shorter time. They are self-sufficient on their tanks within 6 months, but I think there needs to be a point in time that's reasonable for water deliveries to stop, and water to be coming from either a low-performing well or finding another source of water.
So how about if staff works on writing what that narrative would be for winding down the program based on what we've heard today? We can bring it back on the 20th for you to give final input, and that could be what we submit with the grant application.
Done.
Unless the grant requires you to be done before that.
If it requires it sooner, I mean...
No, if it requires it sooner, would this board be comfortable with myself and Supervisor Rhoda for reviewing it and providing any edits and it being signed and moved forward to the state?
Perfect.
Would that be acceptable?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. We've had a lengthy conversation up here. I'm going to ask one more time if there's any public comment.
I'm sorry, I don't want them to get it for free. They should at least pay $1.
Yeah, but thank you. All right, I do need a motion.
I'll move to continue move to adopt the resolution containing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, et cetera, due to drought conditions, and direct staff to prepare the verbiage for the grant request for later approval.
Second.
And in the
Is that
off
the-
chance that we're going to have to do it before the next board meeting, and Supervisor Brennan and I are going to review on behalf of the board the stuff, I would also make part of the motion that the county CAO can sign the grant application.
We need the letter as well that's attached. We need that signed as well. Thank you.
Got way too complicated.
I know, sorry.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Rhodefer, I think a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Will the clerk please read item 14?
Consideration of adopting a resolution declaring the end to the local state of emergency due to severe weather and flooding.
Okay, so we were with this, as you know, every 30 days your board needs to look at, review, and either renew or terminate if we have a local state of emergency in place. As you know, we've had 3 of them. This one, we've kept the other 2 in place because we're still experiencing issues related to both trees and to drought. But with this one, we know that thankfully the storms have stopped, the flooding has stopped, even though staff continues to work on the consequences of those storms. We no longer have the immediate threat of flooding and or storm damages. So we are recommending that we would terminate this state of emergency. It does not jeopardize our funding, but it would end this emergency, and also we give you one less thing for me to sit up here in front of you on emergency items.
Done.
Any board questions?
Hallelujah. If you're a baseball player, you got a good batting average, 1 for 3.
Yeah. Is there any public comment? All right, I will bring it back for an action.
I'll move in favor of staff recommendation on this.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Will the clerk please read item 15?
Consideration of approving correspondence regarding the proposed update and rewrite of the Water of the U.S. rule.
Good morning, Liz Peterson, County Administrator's Office, Madam Chair, and board members. In August 2015, the Clean Water Act, or the Clean Water Rule of 2015 was finalized, otherwise known as the Waters of the U.S. The Waters of the U.S. Seeks to define waterways that are under federal regulatory jurisdiction. There have been many concerns about the Waters of the U.S. ruling, including the rule's impact to county-owned and maintained roadside ditches, bridges, flood control channels, drainage, conveyances, wastewater and stormwater systems, and many other things, not to mention private waterways as well, privately owned. So President Trump, through Executive Order 13132, has now directed the Environmental Protection Agency and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to revisit and rewrite the rule. So this is going to be a 2-step process. The first step being to withdraw the Waters of the U.S. rule and reinstate the pre-existing regulations. The second step is that the EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers are now seeking input from local agencies. Your board has, in October 2014, your board wrote comments regarding the Waters of the U.S. rule and concerns that your board expressed at the time. So now the EPA and the Corps are seeking even more comments and input. Specifically, they are looking for developing a new definition of what navigable waters would be defined as. They are, So the agencies plan to develop this new definition based on the Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia's opinion in this court case here, Rapanos versus the United States, that federal jurisdiction should only apply to waters with a relatively permanent flow and continuous surface connection. Those 2 phrases are important here as we move forward. So the EPA and the Corps are looking for your input, local implications and challenges that local governments and agencies would have in related to navigable waterways. And specifically, they are looking for, in your staff memo there, you'll see a few questions that they are asking for input on. They are looking for how you would like to see the concepts of relatively permanent and continuous surface connection defined and implemented. They would also like to seek hear your input on any particular features or implications of such approaches that these agencies, EPA and the Corps, should be mindful of in developing the proposed rule for the future. They also want to know what opportunities and challenges exist for our local agency here or local county with taking what they're calling the Scalia approach. And the agencies also want to know any economic analysis, or are there any other programs specific to us here at the county that would be affected and are not currently captured in an economic analysis. So there are some draft comments attached for your consideration and input. Specifically, I am looking for some of your perspective on how you would like to see defined relatively permanent and continuous surface connection as they relate to navigable waterways. The comments are due June 19th, so that we will not have another meeting before the comments are due. So I'm going to need some information from you right now. I think this is a great opportunity for some specific input that our county could have.
So, a couple of points as we ponder this for the next few minutes. I'm glad that this has been pulled back. We commented extensively on WOTUS. I think virtually every agency that I know of in the state of California likewise did so. This is going to be, while it's important to get our comments in early, this is going to be the start of a very long process, and so there will be opportunities as they actually come out with some of this definition and they go through this rulemaking process to also be providing feedback. And so I would just caution us to remember that. I think we are talking in a broader view for right now. And so, kind of with that, comments.
I got a couple happies to glads. I can't help myself. First of all, well, actually one happy to glad and then some additions. Without getting into giving you any more guidance, the red addition paragraph or piece of the paragraph, that's a semicolon embedded in a semicolon.
Yes.
And
I'm sorry for the lack of explanation in the memo there. So that's the part that I really am seeking your specific input on how you would like to have those
so you
terms
want
defined.
That's really to be
An
fleshed
opportunity
out.
for you to, exactly.
Okay. Okay. So those would be separated in your mind. Okay.
And turned into complete sentences.
Well,
Yes.
I think some of the things that well, let me finish with my edits, okay? I think that we need to send this letter to also the Army Corps of Engineers, okay? I don't know who the right person is.
Okay.
The guy at the top. And then in the CCs, CC Denham, McClintock, Feinstein, Harris, the EPA Director, CSAC, Aqua, and RCRC. Okay. And maybe Mountain County's Water Resource Association as well. The big concern for me is in two areas, and I don't have good ideas right now on how to word all of that. But one is impact of personal property rights. Okay. I mean, every rancher's stock pond was going to be under this waters of the U.S. And by the way, it's the waters of the people, not the waters of the U.S. But anyway, having said that, if that water doesn't go anywhere, my gutter on my house was going to be potentially affected by the waters of the U.S. So I have a lot of concerns for what the ultimate impact for private property owners is. The other piece of it is local jurisdictions, which you address a little bit in the letter, okay? the potential cost for us, especially in the foothills. I mean, what would be the impact on our ditch system, on our drainage ditches along our roads, on any number of things that, you know, we need to make sure, and you said it, but I would really hammer that home, is that if this is going to be an additive cost of doing business for a local government, and I don't care if that's a city or a county, then that cost we need to have the money to do that. The feds and the state can't keep putting additional onerous regulatory burdens on our budget without affording us the opportunity or the wherewithal to meet those requirements. Okay, we're looking at a huge unfunded requirement, unfunded mandate 2 years from now in Health and Human Services. We can't keep absorbing those. We don't have the budget. None of us will have a job. You know, okay, if the feds want to run Tuolumne County, then come on in and run it. You know, but we're not going to have the money to have our own local government here. So we really need to hammer that one home. I don't think we're prepared at this time to get into minutia in terms of how we would write the language or anything like that. As you said, this is going to, or as, I'm sorry, Chairwoman Brennan said, this is going to be a long coordination process. I want that hammered home too, that this is going to be a long coordination process, and we expect to be at the table all the way through that process. We don't want to just give them some bright ideas right now and not hear from them again until the rule is published. Okay? Those are the two things, or the three things, I guess, that I would emphasize in the letter. Is that, you know, in general, we're concerned about the impact of personal property rights, and we're concerned about the impact, the fiscal impact of unfunded mandates to local jurisdictions. Okay, and then third is that we expect to be part of the ongoing coordination process as this rule is developed.
Got it. Yes.
I agree with what he said. The other issue that is of concern to me is overlapping jurisdictions. The state is in here doing things, and you got the feds in here, and you often get conflicts. And so we can't have a null solution, if you will, where you can't get there. We get the state approval, we can't, because the feds have extended, we can't get the Fed approval. That has to be, there has to be a process, and it has to be an elimination of duplication as much as possible in the thing. We already see that with some of these things in Corps of Engineers' response. They're not responsive to a lot of things, and because they didn't respond doesn't mean you got an okay to go ahead. And so they've got to have a process that supports local activity in the process too. Just add those to the game.
Let's talk a little bit about process going forward. Specifically, how is this going to come back to us? I assume it's going to come back to us. I assume we're not going to approve it now.
We made that assumption. We want to be in the process.
Yeah, but we've got two committees that it could go through, and I don't want to have a food fight on it. So I don't care. I don't have a dog in the hunt, but is this going to be a purview of the Water or the Natural Resources Committee?
So right now, I think it should go before the Water Policy Committee, and then there may be a time where we actually will
move it over to
Natural Resources if it starts looking at, like we're looking at more of the federal lands aspect of this. And so, but for now, I think it would be appropriate for it to go through the Water Policy Committee. And again, that rulemaking process is going to be clearly defined by
Okay,
statute.
I'm fine with that.
So I do agree with what has been the conversation, that we're really looking at the broad overview, and that right now defining what these two elements are, I think is premature for this letter.
Sure.
But it certainly is emphasizing that, yes, we want to be in the process. I agree with the points that you made, highlighting those points. And I think that you, as I believe you're still the chairman of the water policy, can determine whether you want it to be just kind of a standing item on your agenda or how you want to deal with it, so that you can make timely recommendations.
Well,
to
what
the
I
board.
what I might recommend is I'll work with staff to get some language that we can bring to the Water Policy Committee that can ultimately come back here for this letter. Because I do think it's important to
Yeah.
get the letter out up front.
It is, but I think we have a timeliness piece
Yes.
on this particular letter.
Yeah, so unfortunately, this is due June 19th, so the Water Policy Committee will not meet by then.
Right. And so
Why
In
not?
fact, I mean, I guess we could, but we won't even have the chance to come back to this board.
Okay,
for
I get it.
approval.
So you want me just to work with the staff then and
I
get-
do, and I think taking out the piece that is in red,
Okay.
at this point, we are not looking at being that specific.
Okay. And just so that it's not just me, I'll run it by Supervisor Hanvelt, who's also on the Water Policy Committee. Okay?
Are you okay with that?
Pardon me?
Okay.
No.
All right, at this time, I'm going to ask if there's any public comment on this item. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I do need a motion that we approve sending a letter.
Okay. I move that we approve sending the letter, which will be finalized by myself and staff and run by Supervisor Hanvelt before we go for your signature.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. I'm going to ask my colleagues, I know it is 6 minutes after 12, but the next two items, we have staff here, and I think they'll be relatively short items, and so I'm going to ask that we go ahead and take those. All right, will the clerk please read item 16?
Consideration of adopting a resolution changing the standard days and hours of the operation of the Community Resources Agency.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. And as stated, I'm bringing before your board what seems to be a fairly simple matter, simply adopting a resolution to move our standard working hours. This may seem counterintuitive to some of the things we've been discussing as it relates to budget and staffing. However, I have a brief story I'd like to weave into this that occurred to me this morning. They should stitch it all nicely together and make it very clear as to why we're doing this and why it's a good thing. This morning, as I prepared for work, as I was leaving, I said goodbye to my wife, and she said, "That tie does not work." And I looked down and said, "Perfect. That is the perfect example for why we're doing what we're doing." This tie was a gift when I first got hired here. Since being hired here, I've worn this tie twice. My wardrobe has changed dramatically since then, and this tie fits nothing that I have in my closet. But I still have this tie in my closet. I have no idea why. And I don't know why I picked it up and put it on my neck, but it caused me to think. This closing at 3 o'clock matter was a gift from the community. It was a reduction of service because of staffing issues. Because at the time, we had a service model that necessitated a lot of background workload. A lot of number counting, a lot of manual processes, a lot of work changing hands between multiple people. Going back beyond 2011 when this was made permanent, it was an emergency to suit the need at the time. However, as your board is aware, the Community Resources Agency has changed the service model in many divisions in substantial ways. our wardrobe no longer matches this tie. 1 hour difference either way does not affect the workload that has to happen behind the scenes anymore. We've automated so much. There are electronic processes for permits, streamlined plan review. Our code compliance process is paperless now, and that's going back to 2012. So when the Community Resources Agency's management team met to talk about things we could do to improve service, this hit the table, and the first question is, why are we still doing this? And there wasn't a good answer. In fact, there wasn't an answer. We knew why we had done it, but at this point, there's no net benefit. There's a reduction of service that we've had for a long time, something we've taken from the community, and we've produced nothing extra for it. And part of what we do as a standard for this agency is if we produce anything, it benefits the community and it benefits us. Otherwise, it's a reduction. We don't need this reduction anymore, much like I don't need this tie anymore. And at this point, I guess what I'm asking on behalf of the agency is to give this back and say thank you, but I don't need it anymore.
I got a question. Do you have kids?
Oh, yes.
Father's Day's coming up. Have your wife buy you a new tie.
New tie. Thank you.
We were getting there. All right. Are there
I'd
any
love to
board
take
questions?
it off. So with your vote, I will be removing this tie.
Any board questions?
A little problem with authorizing him to get rid of the tie. I like his discomfort level with it. Good example. But
Is there any public comment? All right, I'm bringing it back to the board.
It's purple. I asked Doug to find a purple tie. I didn't think he would, but it's awesome.
All right, I'm looking for an action.
I move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you for
Supervisor
your-
Gray.
I'll be here through Thursday.
Thank you.
There's the tie, Doug. It's good. Good job, man. Thank you.
Will the clerk please read item 17?
Consideration of providing staff direction on whether to enter into a contract with a consultant for the marijuana working group facilitator.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I will be brief, although this is an item that is extremely important, so I will not be too brief. Summarizing on the marijuana working group's background, in February of this year, this board met and determined that they needed to appoint a marijuana working group. They have done so in April of this year. They also directed CRA, myself at the time, to go out and seek an RFP to try to lead that group in that effort to harmonize both the medical and recreational marijuana usage. During this time, I've been noticing the conversation and also note that myself and many of the here at this county, we don't have the expertise in many areas of the questions that are coming before the board, and rightly so. We're looking for some assistance to try to lead that effort that you've asked to accomplish by June, I believe, of next year. The consulting firms on the RFPs, there were 8 of them that were received by my group. We had an assessment team look at those, both internally and one external person. I did ask Larry Cope to sit in on that, just as a completely non-educated look at it, but also in a way that it's unbiased is the best word I can come up with, to analyze these firms. It was a clear consensus of the top firms. At that time, I took it upon myself to negotiate some prices there. We did come up with a consultant, SCI Consulting Group, came back with the best price based upon the existing working group's tasks. It was outlined. The number came back a little bit higher than I expected because I had anticipated bi-monthly meetings versus monthly meetings. I will tell you that right up. And that is what, when my research is what I presented to most of those groups. I was able to bring that number down. The current number that SCI Consulting Group is presented is $20,000. with the possibility of about $2,500 in some travel and reimbursable fees, depending on how we structure these meetings and how we go forward, if it's approved. Staff, myself, and the attorneys groups are asking and recommending that the board direct staff to and allow the CAO's office to sign a contract with the facilitator if that is the board's wishes. It is my expertise and opinion and past experience with this type of things. This group will take up a lot of time and effort, and they're also going to need unbiased expertise and opinions to help facilitate a good solution to this matter. I believe it'll evolve and change, and we have to be prepared for that. It is also my recommendation to this board, based on the direction from you and the goals that you've asked me to personally achieve with CRA, that we need assistance, and I believe counsel's office will ask for that as well. The reason why it's here today is it has budget implications, and I need to make sure that we time this thing, if we're going to be asking for this and making that recommendation, that the CAO's office has time to incorporate that either way. So again, the number that came back that I was able to negotiate with SCI Consulting Group, a public finance consulting service company, and they are an expert company. That's all they do. They don't have bias either way. They do have great research abilities and capabilities, and I have worked with them in the past, just for your information. So staff's recommendation to approve that. We're moving forward with that. And with that, I'll just answer any questions that may come up.
Are there any board questions? Is there any public comment?
Hello, Kiara Tucker with your marijuana working group. I just want to speak in support of getting an unbiased third-party specialist in the room with us. I know that the first meeting was kind of a rough and tumble fumble, so having structure that we can move forward with rather than kick the can, not even down the road, but kind of between us in a circle, that would increase our expediency on this project a lot. And I do also vouch for SCI being fantastic. So there's that. I do have one concern, and that was in the last couple months, anytime I've talked with county councilor staff, that your board has specified only to work on personal cultivation, where a year ago we were talking about dealing with personal, because we need to figure that out and make it easy and simple for everyone. But we also may end up taking away access from patients if we're going to harmonize with rec. And so to fill in the blank and bridge that gap, I'm concerned that we're not going to talk about dispensaries.
So Kira, I'm going to have to say that for right now, we need to stick to what the agenda item is, and that really is about a facilitator.
Sure.
And I think that what you are bringing forward is something that I think a number of people have asked, are asking questions about, and that really is a different agenda item. And so if you
I agree and I
me
disagree.
on process, just because I really need to stick to the conversation about a facilitator and not what the work plan entails. But I think we can bring that back.
My concern is an economic one. To spend $20,000 on just that one problem, I feel is kind of a waste of money. That's all. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Okay.
So, but to
Great.
the cost.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
So I think that brings up a good point. I'm okay with this recommendation, and I think it's good. I think it's really prudent to do what we're doing to move this ahead. But now that you mention it, I didn't think of this. Are we leaving it? Eventually, I feel like we are going to have to address those items in an ordinance one way or another. Are we leaving ourselves an additional cost that we're not accounting for right now in the way this proposal is put forward?
So sticking to the subject matter, I've asked that this company structure this proposal in a way that is adjustable.
Okay.
And that I am very mindful of budget. I think all of you know me extremely well by now. That I believe that well within that money, if the group moves forward in an expedited manner, that we can transfer that as per the proposal under other items under that. Or it will close out the contract and renegotiate it.
Okay.
Either way. But it's set up so we can modify it and add to it.
So the scope is somewhat flexible in the way we present our agendas. And
yes.
Okay.
That's awesome.
And,
Thank you.
And I do think we're going to have to address commercial.
And I would agree with you, and I think that we will be bringing this conversation back,
Okay.
probably as a recommendation out of the committee. Again, and what I would envision is that this is obviously a proposal for X amount of meetings, and that if we complete the work that we have been tasked to do, we will be moving forward with what this board's expectation is of the next phase. So, but again, that would be a recommendation coming out of the committee back to this board, because we did approve a body of work, and we need to get that task accomplished and then move forward
Okay.
with what is the next steps. Hang on, I'm still. Is it with this particular question?
It's broader comments.
Okay.
Finish up what you want to do.
Yes, public comment. We're still in public comment then.
Hi, my name is Brian Bradford. I wanted to thank you guys for your work on this. I wanted to mention kind of a feeling of angst in my community. I represent the cannabis community in this county to some degree, that there might not be enough impetus put on this process and expedition. We are up against a deadline of the January 1st, 2018, and as business owners, as people who are trying to start legitimate businesses and pay taxes, we're worried that we may not have a competitive timeline with other counties. So thank you again for your process, but a request from the community to try and expedite it and put impetus on it. Thank you.
And I appreciate that. And again, a conversation that we'll be having with new information that has been shared from where the state is at in their processes. So do we have any comments? I'm going to bring this back to the board if there is no other public comment. Any other comments from board members?
Yeah, I think most of you know that Supervisor Rotifer and I were at the WIR meeting of NACO. Let's see, that was week before last. And we both prevailed upon the opportunity to take a tour and look at what they're doing about cannabis in Deschutes County, Oregon. And then there was also a forum as part of the thing discussing it. Look, I just think that we need to face reality and move forward. I mean, I fully support what you're asking, but I think we need to face reality and move forward. We need yea or nay on virtually every aspect at some point. It's coming with or without us, and we need to make sure it's done right. I've heard that in some of the other discussions. You know, we don't want to be like our neighbor to the north, but we want to be about it. And so I don't have any preconceived notions about how it is, but I did get a lot of eye-opening experiences. So I feel like we have to face reality. We have to move on this, and so I fully support this. Anything that moves us forward to making the right kinds of decisions in a deliberate fashion.
Okay. Mr. Pedro.
Just the comment. So I would take under this direction, it would direct me to go ahead and include this in the 17-18 budget. And what I heard is $22,500 is what we should put in. And I would be doing that by reducing contingencies from what we talked about earlier today.
And everyone understands.
Yeah, I understood. I was going to ask that question, but thank you for the clarification.
Correct.
So this is not in your...
No, that's why I'm
was
here.
my question also.
That's why Craig and I
Okay,
both needed
you
that
need
answer.
next time you need to bring a hat. You got to have your hat in hand, okay?
Brought a tie.
All right. Are there any other board questions?
I just have a comment. I think that this, as well as our general plan update, are two of the efforts that we're doing that we really don't want to have to slow down to satisfy budget concerns, because both of them will bite us worse the longer that they take. So I think that it's important that we do step up. I understand the tight fiscal situation that we're in, but I just don't think we can slow these things down. And with that, I move on staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Thank you. All right. Since it is 12:24, pardon? 18 reports. All right. So I've had a request to do item 18 now, and then we will just come back for closed session. Item 18, will the clerk please read item 18?
Consideration of canceling the regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting on July 4th and rescheduling a special meeting on July 5th, 2017 at 9 a.m.
Mr. Pedro.
It's pretty straightforward. You have a holiday on the regular board meeting date, so if you'd like to have 2 meetings in July, we should move or do a special meeting July 5th.
Move in favor of staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Supervisor Hanmelt, a second by
comment.
Supervisor Royce. All those in
Public
favor?
comment.
Oh, I'm
Aye.
sorry, public comment. My apologies.
That day's free for you? That day's open for you?
All right. Thank you. I have a motion from Supervisor Hanfeld, a second from Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. All right, we will convene until 1:30, at which time we will, well, how long do we, Supervisor Royce is asking if we can just take item 20 now and finish, or if you would like to break for
I'm
lunch.
okay. I'm okay with it.
I'm fine with that. We're not doing A, right? I have to make sure my attorneys are available. I'm hoping they're listening to me right now.
And there'll just be the one item. I don't believe we need the closed session on labor,
All right,
so it would just be the other.
okay.
I would ask one thing, because Supervisor Hanvelt brought it up. I would like to report out on our visit to WIR.
Right, and so I actually was going to do item 19 before we go
Okay.
to item 20. So would the clerk please read item 19?
Reports.
And I will start on this end with County Council.
Okay, so some of the things that our office has been working on, we've been working with OES on the well water program, and Carlin presented a CEQA training to CRA with Quincy Yaley. Cody, Leah, and I attended a CSAC building team culture training, and then I attended the CSAC legislative conference. Thank you.
Okay, so Supervisor Hanvelt and I, Supervisor Hanvelt representing RCRC, and myself representing the county, attended the Western Interstate Region Conference of NACO up in Sun River, Oregon. By the way, that's a beautiful place up there. Not as beautiful as Tuolumne County, of course, but while we were there, one of the big agenda items was marijuana. Oregon is about 2 years ahead of California in terms of timeline, and Deschutes County their approach was very much, process-wise, very much like our approach. They have really gone through all the growing pains, or whatever that was kind of funny, growing pains. Anyway, they've gone through the growing pains of dealing with the marijuana industry, and it is an industry. What they've experienced, I think that we're going to experience one way or another. I'm not necessarily saying that they've got all the solutions right, but I was very impressed with their process, and I'll let Supervisor Hanvelt challenge that assertion if he wants to. But I was very impressed by their process and the thoughtfulness going through it. They're pretty much permitting virtually everything up there that they can permit. There are some differences in the state law. They're not just the marijuana laws, but also the land use planning laws, I think. So it's not a one-for-one translation, but I was impressed enough that I sent County Council and our CRA director a text message with contact information on specifically their CRA director equivalent up there, who was the presenter. But I think we've got a lot to learn from them. Again, they've got a 2-year head start, which is, they admittedly made some mistakes along the way, and maybe we can learn from those mistakes. So there were some other cool things that went on at the WIR, but we spent half a day on a tour of a vertically integrated commercial operation. They do everything from seeds to sales and everything in between. And then we spent about a 2.5-hour side session where we got to pick their brains a little bit more in detail. So I would encourage anybody that's working, their chairwoman of their board is open to contact or whatever, and they've made their staff open as well to anything that we would want to talk to them about. So it's a great opportunity, and it may be at some point down the road, it would be interesting for some other people to maybe take a road trip up there and see what's going on. Maybe not, I don't know, but travel funds are tight. But just offer that up, and that's really all I'm going to report on at this time for time.
Supervisor Royce.
No report.
Supervisor Hancock.
He did a very good job of that. I think I would encourage our committee to at least engage these people on phone call conversations, email conversations. They have offered to consult with us, and I think it's important to learn the lessons that they learned in the process. We don't have to do it what they did, but I found it very enlightening. Let me just say that.
I did too.
So anyway, with that, and I'll be glad to give you what information I've got too. I've got some. I would like to report out one thing, and that is over the Memorial Day weekend, I went to 2 Memorial Day services. One was at Shadow Mountain, and a very nice ceremony honoring our fallen veterans. And I went to another one at Christian Heights Church. And had I realized we were going to do it, I'd have run out and gotten this thing to show it to you. But you can come by my office and see it. I went there ostensibly because it's Supervisor Gray's district, and he couldn't go. But they invited me there, and then they had a very nice service with public, and we were first. They presented the Board of Supervisors, me acting on your behalf, a cross with an engraving on it, and they wanted us to know that they regularly pray for our success. That was very touching. They did that for the Sonora City Council. They did it for the CHP, the Sheriff's Office, the Sonora Police Department, and the fire people, and it was very moving and touching. And I just wanted you all to know that I think it's important that we have a lot of support in the community, and that was really touching to be there.
Thank you. Mr. Moore. I have no report. So will you please read our closed session item?
A only. B only. A, A only. Consider, this is closed session. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, authority government code section 549569D2. One case, and B is not going to be heard.
Do we anticipate a report out? All right, thank you. Is there any public comment? Thank you.